after the cold beauty disappeared with her light escape technique, Han Li immediately flipped his palm and examined the items in his hand. A blue jade slip, a green jade slip, and a yellow token. The green jade slip contained methods and insights for cultivating the herbs in the garden. Because the herbs here were of relatively low quality and had few varieties, it was very easy to manage unless one was completely inept. The other blue jade slip was the Xuan Bingju technique, left by the woman surnamed Mu. This technique was obviously not top tier, nor even second rate. Its power was pathetically weak. Its only advantage was probably that it was easy to cultivate, and its bottlenecks were relatively easy to break through. It could be said that the woman did not have ill intentions. Since Han Li was an external disciple, she naturally did not think his aptitude was very good, so she deliberately chose this simple technique for him. As for the last item, the token, it was used to control a simple formation outside the herb garden. He naturally didn't take it seriously. After putting away the items, Han Li slowly walked into the 3 thatched huts, took a quick look around, and then leisurely walked back out. Standing in front of the huts, his gaze fell on the small rocky hill behind the herb garden, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He first closed his eyes slowly and extended his powerful spiritual sense, covering the surrounding area for dozens of miles. After confirming that no other cultivators were paying attention to this place, he unceremoniously waved his hands. With a series of clear buzzing sounds, over a dozen flying swords glowing with blue light swarmed out of his sleeves and shot towards the small rocky hill under the control of his spiritual sense. The hill was swiftly carved out, like cutting through tofu, and a deep cave entrance was instantly created by the swarm of flying swords. Han Li's spiritual sense divided into threads, each controlling a flying sword, busying themselves with carving out various-sized stone chambers with different functions. He was extremely skilled at this and didn't need to think much. Several hours later, a brand-new small cave residence appeared silently within the rocky hill. Seeing the cave residence initially completed, Han Li showed a satisfied expression. He then took out several sets of formation flags and plates. After busying himself for a while, flying up and down around the small rocky hill, he set up several high-level concealment formations. Although these formations couldn't deceive a nascent soul stage cultivator's keen eyes, they were enough to evade detection by core formation stage cultivators. This was sufficient for Han Li for now. After all, why would high-level cultivators come to such a rundown herb garden for no reason? Moreover, the current setup was only temporary. Once he thoroughly understood the setup of the spirit confining formation, he planned to add another layer of this formation outside these formations. By then, even nascent soul stage cultivators wouldn't be able to detect anything unusual. After setting up the formations, Han Li still didn't rest. Instead, he carefully transplanted the 9 curves ginseng into the small herb garden inside the cave residence and set up powerful restrictions around it, only then feeling somewhat reassured. This 9 curves ginseng must not be lost if he wanted to form his nascent soul. Next, Han Li placed the gold-silver, devouring insects into the insect chamber. As for the tricolored, devouring insects, since there was no way to hasten their growth with rainbow grass, Han Li had to keep them with him. In the adjacent room to the insect chamber, Han Li set up a spirit beast room specifically for the morning soul beast. Since the beast had fallen into a deep sleep inside the spirit beast bag, after devouring a large number of yin beast souls in Stormwind Mountain, Han Li had been unable to wake it up. This was quite different from its previous sleepy state. However, after thinking for a bit, Han Li guessed the reason. It must be advancing again due to the excessive soul consumption. Han Li naturally welcomed this. Now that he had a settled place, he immediately arranged for the beast to stay. He also decided that while the beast was in deep sleep, he would take the opportunity to completely refine the soul-summoning orb in its stomach. With the beast's continuously increasing powers, Han Li was worried he might not be able to control the morning soul beast if it advanced again. When the beast transformed into a silver giant ape and devoured the yin beast souls in the netherworld, Han Li had already noticed several signs of the soul-summoning orb stirring within its belly. Although he had maintained a calm expression in front of Xiling and the others, he had been secretly alarmed. Now, he dared not take further risks and decided it was best to fully integrate the soul-summoning orb into himself. As for Yuan Yao's warning that refining the soul-summoning orb would cause excruciating headaches, he believed his mana and spiritual sense far exceeded hers, so it shouldn't be a big issue. Moreover, after the morning soul beast's 2 unexpected advancements, it was uncertain whether the symptom would still occur. Compared to the beast's astonishing abilities, this risk was negligible. With these thoughts in mind, Han Li didn't immediately deal with the soul-summoning orb. He had another pressing issue to handle first. This was the residual wind spirit force in his body. Although the level 9 storm beast, wind silhouette, couldn't pursue him to the southern heaven, having this force within him still made Han Li uneasy, fearing it might cause unforeseen problems over time. However, with his current cultivation, directly refining this malevolent energy was not feasible. He had tried several times before, but to no avail. Now, he planned to use a brute force method, using his mana to forcefully expel it, which should be doable. But this process would not be quick, so Han Li had delayed it until now. Having settled down, he was determined to resolve this hidden threat thoroughly. He first released a few giant ape puppets to guard the herb garden and act as his eyes and ears in case anyone suddenly showed up. Then he entered the cultivation room. In the meditation chamber, Han Li sat cross-legged with a solemn expression and concentrated his mind on observing the wind spirit force within his body. The golden orb was nestled in his dantian, appearing calm and without any abnormalities. After contemplating for a moment, Han Li maneuvered the lightning resistance divine thunder surrounding the orb, slowly loosening it to create a small gap. The previously calm, malevolent energy within the divine thunder immediately became agitated, rushing frantically towards the opening. As soon as a wisp of the malevolent energy escaped, Han Li's spiritual sense quickly acted, re-enveloping the remaining energy with golden arcs, sealing it back in. Even though he had only released a tiny amount, it still caused Han Li's meridians to twist painfully. Enduring the discomfort, he mobilized all his mana to forcefully expel this bit of malevolent energy. Sitting motionlessly in the meditation chamber, large beads of sweat rolled down Han Li's forehead, and his complexion turned pale. Unknowingly, 2 hours passed. Han Li suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes, which gleamed with a sharp light. He flipped his hands and flicked his middle fingers, shooting out 2 drops of gray liquid. 2 small holes were instantly created on the stone wall opposite him. Han Li let out a long sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and his expression eased slightly. Although the process had been excruciating and had greatly drained his energy, the method proved to be effective. At this rate, expelling a little bit each day, he estimated that the malevolent energy would be completely purged in half a year. This finally put his mind at ease. After resting for a while, Han Li took out a black jade slip from his storage pouch, which contained the layout of the spirit confining formation. He had been interested in this formation, but never had the time to study it. Now, he could carefully delve into it. After all, only by setting up the spirit confining formation around his cave residence could he truly feel secure. In the days that followed, Han Li divided his time into several parts. Apart from the 2 hours spent daily expelling the malevolent energy, he dedicated part of his time to studying the spirit confining formation and another part to refining the soul-summoning orb within him. As for the herb garden outside, Han Li had a few puppets perform the basic tasks for appearances. Additionally, Han Li continued to use the green liquid to rapidly mature the rainbow grass, feeding it to the gold-silver devouring insects. He had a vague feeling that these insects were on the verge of another breeding and evolution phase. In such a routine, months quickly passed. During this period, Mu Paling visited the garden twice. Seeing that the herb garden was managed to her satisfaction, she didn't ask further questions. As for the Xuan Bingju technique, Han Li didn't raise any questions, and she had no interest in proactively explaining anything. The attitude of the woman surnamed Mu towards Han Li had always been lukewarm, which Han Li found quite satisfactory. The best-case scenario would be if she completely forgot about this place and didn't disturb his cultivation, which would make him even happier. A month later, Han Li finally gained a comprehensive understanding of the spirit confining formation. Once he achieved this, he didn't hesitate and immediately set up the spirit confining formation outside his cave dwelling, according to his insights. As a result, the faint spiritual energy fluctuations from the previous formations disappeared without a trace. Looking at the small rocky hill from the outside, there was no sign of anything unusual. Han Li was very satisfied with this. In the following 2 to 3 months, the refinement of the morning soul orb and the expulsion of the wind spirit force were both successfully completed. To Han Li's surprise, once the morning soul orb was refined to the point of being in complete sync with his spiritual sense, he didn't experience any headaches or other adverse effects. It seemed that the unexpected evolution of the morning soul beast had also caused some unforeseen changes in the morning soul orb. Han Li was overjoyed. As for the wind spirit force, although it was initially very difficult to expel from his body, each session left him utterly exhausted. Once he expelled the majority of it, the remaining force became much easier to deal with. Not only did the pain from the malevolent energies' outbursts lessen significantly, but the time required to expel it also shortened considerably. In the last few sessions, Han Li effortlessly cleared the remaining malevolent energy. After thoroughly checking several times and confirming that there were no abnormalities left in his body, he finally felt at ease. With the pressing issues resolved, Han Li turned his attention to cultivating and refining the 9 curves ginseng elixir. After considering for several days, he decided to cultivate both the 4th level of the Great Evolution technique and the Azure Origins Sword technique simultaneously. Based on his previous experience forming a golden core, it seemed that having a strong spiritual sense was greatly beneficial for breaking through bottlenecks. Even though the 4th level of the Great Evolution technique was extremely difficult to cultivate, Han Li was determined to give it a try. After all, having a strong spiritual sense would be advantageous in combat and strategic planning, even if it didn't directly aid in forming a nascent soul. Even if this delayed his entry into the false nascent stage, he didn't see it as a wrong choice. He had the time to spare. As for refining the 9 curves ginseng elixir, Han Li was even more meticulous. Other ingredients aside, the 9 curves ginseng, the 8th level companion demon grass, and the agate horn were all items that were impossible to find in the southern heaven region, no matter how many spirit stones one had. If he failed in refining the elixir, Han Li would be at a complete loss, with no other solutions. Therefore, in addition to his cultivation, he began to study the formula for the 9 curves ginseng elixir and frequently practiced refining other elixirs with similar steps and techniques to improve his alchemy skills. Thus, time passed in continuous cultivation and alchemy practice. During this period, Han Li also learned the script of the demon race, intending to understand the content of the copper plate and the beast hide book he had. With his photographic memory, he quickly mastered the ancient script of the demon race and first translated the content of the beast hide book. The book contained a demon race technique called 9 transformations of the Gale, which Han Li found was designed specifically for avian demon beasts. It included a set of incantations, a body technique, and 2 secret arts. The incantations and body technique were tailored for demon cultivation. Without a demon's robust physique, practicing them halfway would cause his body to explode. The 2 secret arts were wind concealment technique and blood shadow escape. The wind concealment technique was essentially the nameless breath-concealing technique he had previously learned, with minor modifications to make it more suitable for human cultivation. While it provided some reference value, it wasn't truly useful to Han Li. However, the blood shadow escape secret art genuinely intrigued Han Li. As the name suggests, the blood shadow escape was an eerie escape technique that used the power of one's essence blood to instantly flee hundreds of miles away. Many sects, especially demonic cultivators, had similar secret arts that used essence blood to activate powerful abilities instantly. But blood shadow escape differed from these human techniques in several ways. Firstly, the distance covered by this technique couldn't be controlled. Once activated, the practitioner would instantly transform into a blood shadow and shoot hundreds of miles away. Secondly, the amount of essence blood required was substantial and fixed. Once the technique was activated, the essence blood would automatically burn within the practitioner's body. If the essence blood was insufficient, the practitioner's body would explode mid-escape, turning into a blood mist and dying. This was an extremely dangerous technique. Lastly, one needed a pair of wings to perform this technique. The speed of the blood shadow escape was so fast that without wings to maintain balance and apply a special lightning technique, the practitioner would lose control mid-flight, possibly crashing headfirst into the ground or spinning in place. In short, they couldn't escape in a straight line. Han Li carefully studied the secret art several times and felt that he might be able to cultivate it. Others might not have wings, but he had a pair of wind-thunder wings. These spirit wings, transformed from the treasure, moved as naturally as real wings. If the blood shadow escape was as miraculous as it seemed, it would be the best escape technique from formidable enemies. Even using his wind-thunder wings for lightning escape couldn't compare to the thoroughness of this technique. Han Li memorized the blood shadow escape method and then examined the copper plate. The copper plate had no title or introduction, just a fragmented incantation and some bizarre cultivation postures. Han Li couldn't make head or tail of it. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled that the poisonous flood dragon had mentioned that this fragment of the true Sutra of Brahma saints seemed incomplete, explaining why the technique was incomprehensible. Realizing this, Han Li felt a deep sense of frustration and had to put it aside. He then focused on cultivating the Great Evolution technique and the Azure Origin Sword technique, while also practicing the Blood Shadow escape secret art. Although he later felt confident in mastering this technique, he dared not test it lightly. Losing a significant amount of essence blood was no joke. Thus, time passed unknowingly, and half a year had gone by. One day, Han Li was meditating on the great evolution technique in his quiet room when he suddenly sensed something and opened his eyes, a look of surprise flashing across his face. Immediately, his body glowed with a blue light, transforming into a blue rainbow and flying out of the quiet room, heading straight for the herb garden outside his cave dwelling. Moments later, after collecting the puppets in the herb garden, Han Li stood in front of the thatched huts. He glanced southeast, pondered for a moment, and then walked into one of the huts, sitting down and pouring himself a cup of tea, appearing calm and unhurried. After a while, a courteous voice came from outside the herb garden's barrier. "Is Senior Sister Yuan here? I'm Kui Huan from Hidden Sword Peak." The voice belonged to a young man, slightly sharp. Senior Sister Yuan, the previous guardian of the herb garden, Han Li thought. Keeping his expression unchanged, he waited until the person called a few more times before leisurely finishing his tea and replying slowly. "Senior brother, there's no need to call out. Senior Sister Yuan left a year ago. I'm now in charge of the herb garden. If you want to find her, you should ask at Senior Marshal Aunt Mew's cave dwelling." What the herb garden has changed hands? The young man sounded surprised. It seemed he wasn't here to find someone, but had other business at the herb garden. Since Senior Sister Yuan isn't here, talking to you is just as well. Could you let me in for a chat? The man said amiably. Han Li touched his chin. The man had spoken so politely that outright refusal seemed unreasonable. After thinking it over, Han Li stepped out of the hut, took out the yellow token, and shot a beam of light, dispersing the dense fog around the herb garden. In the southeast, a young man in yellow stood outside the barrier. This man had small eyes, thick eyebrows, and an upturned nose, but his head was smaller than usual, making him look quite comical. His cultivation level was around the 8th or 9th layer of the qi condensation stage, slightly lower than Han Li's surface cultivation. It was a wonder how he had managed to join the fallen cloud sect. As Han Li was examining the man's appearance, the man walked into the medicine garden with a cheerful smile and greeted warmly. "Are you also a disciple of Tianquan Peak? You look quite unfamiliar. Did you join last year? If so, I am indeed your senior." "My surname is Han, and I have indeed been in the sect for only a year." "Brother, you must be a disciple of Hidden Sword Peak." Han Li withdrew his gaze and said with a smile. "So you are Junior Brother Han. I am Kui Huan from Hidden Sword Peak. A few senior brothers and I are responsible for looking after a spirit beast farm nearby, located in a small basin a few dozen miles away. Junior brother, you should visit sometime. Although my cultivation is not very high, I have been in the sect for 7 or 8 years. I know everything about the sect, from major events to minor matters, and about all the disciples on various peaks. If you have any questions in the future, just ask me." The man spoke in a very familiar manner. Han Li smiled slightly. The man in front of him, who spoke so freely, reminded him of the self-proclaimed know-it, all Zio Suinpan from 7 mysteries sect back in the day. The same glib tongue, the same ability to navigate through all situations. It was clear that they were the same kind of person. Amused, Han Li did not find the man unpleasant. Hearing Han Li's question, Kui Huan looked a bit embarrassed. He hesitated for a moment, scratched his head, and then said, "It's not that important. I originally came to ask Senior Sister for a favor, but unexpectedly, Senior Sister Yuan, who had managed this medicine garden for 5 or 6 years, suddenly left. This makes things a bit difficult." "A favor?" Hanley raised his eyebrows, showing a hint of doubt. "It's nothing much. Junior brother, you probably know that because of our mediocre talents, we external disciples are not highly regarded within the sect. If any magic tools or pills are distributed, we naturally don't get any. And the spirit stones we earn in a year aren't enough to buy any pills that can enhance our cultivation. So a few senior brothers and I have been catching a rare little animal called snow cloud fox in the nearby green marsh to sell at the market. Although these little foxes aren't demonic beasts, they are small, cute, and intelligent, making them very popular among the female disciples in the sect. We've made a small profit from this. But recently, we discovered a variant snow cloud fox in the marsh, which has faint spiritual energy and seems to have evolved into a low-level demonic beast. This naturally made us very happy. If we could catch this beast, we could sell it for at least 100 spirit stones, a rare big deal. Unfortunately, we were too hasty and didn't think it through, allowing the beast to escape. Since then, this demonic beast has been hiding deep in the marsh, rarely showing itself. Although we have scoured most of the green marsh and occasionally encountered the beast a few times, it burrows into the mud and disappears before we can get close, Kui Huan said with a look of regret. Seeing Han Li's thoughtful expression, he paused and then continued. After some observation, we found that this variant snow cloud fox is very fond of aged polygonatum, especially those with more than 10 years of medicinal properties. It loves them to the extreme. We figured that to lure this beast out, we would need at least 50-year-old polygonatum. Only then would it jump into the trap without hesitation. But junior brother, you know that any herb that has aged for decades isn't something a few or a dozen spirit stones can buy. Although we had some savings, we recently pooled our resources to buy a bottle of pills to enhance our cultivation, leaving us with no extra spirit stones. So, I thought of Senior Sister Yuan's medicine garden, which seemed to have 2 or 3 aged polygonatum plants. But unexpectedly, the medicine garden is now managed by Junior Brother Han. I wonder if Junior Brother Han could lend us 1 polygonatum plant, Kui Huan said, his voice low and somewhat hesitant as he finished. It seemed he knew that this request was a bit too much. After listening to Kui Huan, Han Li's face showed no expression. He neither agreed nor disagreed, but after a moment of silence, he slowly said, "There are indeed 2 50-year-old polygonatum plants in the medicine garden, which meet Senior Brother's requirements. As a junior brother, I should not refuse your first request for help. However, Senior brother should know that I am not authorized to use any of the aged medicinal herbs in this garden. If any are missing or damaged, I would not be able to explain to the elders and might even face punishment. I am afraid I cannot help with this." Han Li's calm words made the yellow-robed man look disappointed. "Rest assured, junior brother. We only need to borrow the herb for a few days and will return it intact. We will be extremely careful when digging up and transplanting it to ensure nothing goes wrong. Of course, we will not borrow the herb without compensation. If we succeed, we will share some spirit stones with junior brother. You won't suffer a loss," he continued to persuade, still unwilling to give up. "Sorry, this is a serious matter, and I cannot use the herbs from the garden. However, if senior brother is short on spirit stones, I have some savings and can lend a few stones to buy a plant from the market." Han Li first firmly refused, but then changed his tone and offered a solution with a smile. The yellow-robed man's face initially looked displeased, but brightened up after hearing the latter part. He asked joyfully, "Junior brother, are you serious? If you can lend spirit stones, there will be no need to use the garden's herbs. But a decades-old herb costs at least 30 spirit stones. Do you really have that many?" Kui Huan asked, still a bit doubtful. For a Qi refining stage cultivator, this was indeed a considerable sum. "These spirit stones are my savings from before I joined the sect. I don't need them at the moment, so I'll lend them to senior brother. After all, if these spirit stones can double in just a few days, I wouldn't want to miss this rare opportunity," Han Li said leisurely. "Haha, junior brother Han, you are indeed a savvy businessman. Rest assured, as long as we have the polygonatum, capturing that snow cloud fox is a sure thing," Kui Huan said, now convinced of Han Li's sincerity, and smiled brightly. Han Li said nothing, reaching into his storage bag and taking out more than 20 spirit stones of various colors, which he handed over without hesitation. Kui Huan accepted the spirit stones happily, promising with a pat on his chest that there would be no problem. After a bit more casual conversation, he left, his mind preoccupied. Watching his figure gradually disappear, Han Li's smile faded, and he shook his head lightly. He didn't really care about the promise of 2 or 3 dozen spirit stones. He just didn't want to offend anyone shortly after joining the Loyun sect. He still had to stay in this sect for a long time, and the man was well informed. He might be useful in the future. With this thought, Han Li reactivated the restrictions of the medicine garden and returned to the small stone mountain's secret chamber to continue his cultivation. 3 days later, Han Li looked at the embarrassed Kui Huan in front of him, speechless. The man had come not to return the spirit stones, but to ask Han Li to join in the capture of the snow cloud fox. "Several of you catching a low-level demonic beast, and you still need more people." Han Li pursed his lips, looking suspicious. "Junior brother, you don't know. This snow cloud fox is exceptionally cunning and runs extremely fast. Ordinary flying tools can't seem to catch up with it. We originally borrowed several array flags for a small maze formation from an inner sect senior brother. But one of our senior brothers was suddenly assigned a task yesterday and is no longer in the sect. This leaves the formation incomplete. If we find someone else, we would have to share more spirit stones, which the others are unwilling to do. So I came to ask for your help. Of course, we will give you a larger share of the spirit stones, Kui Huan said with a smile. Hanley touched his chin and pondered. If it were any other time, he would refuse such a trivial matter outright. But recently, while cultivating the fourth layer of the great evolution technique in his retreat, he had felt restless and unable to calm his mind. This indicated that he had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation. So, going out today might not be a bad idea. After all, the chance to break through a bottleneck could come unexpectedly. After considering this, Hanley nodded slightly and said, "Since senior brother Kui says so, let's go then. I am indeed curious about where this green marsh is." With that, Hanley showed a lazy smile. Seeing that Hanley genuinely agreed to help, Kui Huan was naturally extremely happy. After agreeing on a time and place with Hanley, he left with a joyful smile. The next morning, Hanley activated the restrictions on his cave dwelling, left the herb garden, and headed to the agreed location. He flew on a flying sword, moving at a moderate speed. It was quite amusing. He hadn't used a magic tool since he had formed his core many years ago. This upper-tier magic tool was the least conspicuous one he could find in his storage bag. As for inferior magic tools, he simply couldn't find any. After flying for about half an hour, Hanley landed on a rather high hill. This was the meeting point he and Kui Huan had agreed upon. No one else was there yet, and Hanley didn't look anxious, as he had arrived earlier than the agreed time. Hanley didn't hesitate. He found a clean rock on the hill, sat cross-legged, and began to meditate, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. An hour later, as the faint red sunrise appeared on the horizon, several black dots emerged from another direction, slowly moving towards him. Seeing their slow flying speed, Hanley couldn't help but smile wryly. After some time, these people finally reached the hill at what seemed like a snail's pace to Hanley. "Junior brother Han, you arrived earlier than us. How considerate of you," Kui Huan, stepping on a circular flying magic tool, called out to Hanley with a big smile. "Nothing much, I just got here myself. Are these all the people joining us?" Hanley stood up from the rock and glanced at the other 3 people. "Hee, 5 people are just enough to set up a 5 elements tracing formation to capture the snow cloud fox. More people would mean fewer spirit stones. These are senior brother Ma, senior brother Zai, and senior brother Wang," Kui Huan said with a full smile, introducing the other 3 to Hanley. The 3 were not very old. The oldest was senior brother Wang, who appeared to be around 35 or 36 years old, with a refined appearance and a somewhat elegant demeanor. Among the group, he had the highest cultivation level, around the 11th level of the Qi refining stage. The other two were young men, one short and stout, the other with a pale golden complexion, both around 27 or 28 years old, with cultivation levels at the 10th level of the qi refining stage. We've heard about you from Kui Huan. This time, we are truly grateful for your help. Otherwise, we wouldn't know how to deal with that demonic fox, Senior Brother Wang said with a sincere smile, giving off a warm and gentle impression. The other two also looked at Han Li with friendly expressions, clearly having a good impression of him due to his willingness to lend spirit stones earlier. Senior Brother, you're too kind. I'm just looking to earn some more spirit stones, Han Li said modestly. These spirit stones might not mean much to a foundation establishment cultivator, but to us qi refining disciples, they aren't easy to lend to strangers. Just this alone shows that Junior Brother Han is a person worth befriending. Wang considers you a friend now, the white-clad Senior Brother Wang said sincerely. Hearing this, Han Li nodded inwardly, giving Senior Brother Wang another look. This Senior Brother Wang was indeed exceptional in terms of demeanor, cultivation, and conduct. It seemed he was the leader of the group. Just as Han Li was about to say something, Kui Huan checked the time and suddenly interrupted. Senior Brother Wang, Junior Brother Han, let's talk on the way. If we delay any longer, we might not have much time to catch the snow cloud fox at the green swamp. We can't stay away from the sect for too long. Junior Brother Kui is right. We can't waste any more time. Let's head out now. We can talk more with Junior Brother Han later if we get the chance, Senior Brother Wang agreed. The group immediately released their magic tools and soared into the sky. Hey, Junior Brother, you're using your own magic tool, which is at least mid-tier. Are you perhaps from a distinguished family? Kui Huan exclaimed as soon as they took off, noticing the flying sword under Han Li's feet. A mid-tier magic tool meant a significant amount of spirit stones for qi refining outer sect disciples. Senior Brother Wang also showed a hint of surprise. Although he didn't say anything, a look of curiosity flashed in his eyes. The short and stout disciple and the pale golden-complexioned disciple also appeared surprised. There's no distinguished family. I'm just alone. I learned some basic talisman-making skills early on, so I earned some spirit stones as a rogue cultivator. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to lend so many spirit stones to Senior Brother Kui, Han Li explained with a smile, having anticipated this reaction. Hearing this, the others first showed a look of realization, then admiration. Talisman making? I didn't know Junior Brother Han had such skills. If you can earn spirit stones this way, you must be quite skilled. What level of talismans can you make? The short and stout Senior Brother Ma asked curiously. I mainly make lower-tier basic talismans, but I can also make 2 types of mid-tier basic talismans. Although the success rate isn't very high, Han Li replied modestly. Junior Brother Han can make mid-tier talismans. This even surprised Senior Brother Wang, who looked at Han Li with renewed interest. Yes, I can make thunder fire talismans and diamond talismans. but the success rate is only about 1 in 5 or 6, so there's not much profit after material costs, Han Li said calmly. Junior brother Han is too modest. As far as I know, even among the outer sect disciples specializing in talisman making in the Fire Cloud Peak, few can make mid-tier talismans. With this skill, you'll never run out of spirit stones. Unlike us, who constantly have to worry about earning spirit stones, senior brother Wang sighed. The other disciples' faces darkened at these words, clearly feeling the same frustration. You overestimate me. I can't make high-level talismans, and I can't spend all day in the market selling low-level ones, so my earnings aren't as much as you might think. On the other hand, you seem to be doing well with the snow cloud fox business, Han Li said, changing the topic. Hearing this, Kui Huan and the others exchanged bitter smiles. Senior brother Wang explained, Junior brother, you might not know, but we can't continue catching snow cloud foxes for much longer. After this one, we might stop going to the green swamp. Why is that? Henley asked in surprise. Firstly, we've almost caught all the snow cloud foxes there, making it hard to find any remaining ones. Secondly, snow cloud foxes aren't true demonic beasts, and not many female disciples want them. Those with some cultivation prefer a true demonic beast as their spirit pet, Kui Huan explained. I see. It seems you'll have to find another way to earn spirit stones, Han Li said sympathetically. Senior brother Wang shook his head and said no more. Thus, the group flew out of the falling cloud sect's restricted area and headed towards the central part of the Yunmeng Mountains. Junior brother Han, the green swamp is in a unique location, right at the border between our falling cloud sect and the ancient sword sect's territory. However, because it's remote and shrouded in miasma year-round, few disciples go there. That's why we've been able to monopolize the snow cloud fox business. Here's a bottle of antidote for the miasma. Once we enter, make sure to take 1 pill at regular intervals, or you'll be vomiting and have diarrhea nonstop, Senior brother Wang said, tossing Han Li a small green bottle. With his cultivation level, he wasn't afraid of the miasma, though he might or might not take the antidote. After flying for several hours, they crossed a tall mountain peak and saw a lush green valley filled with various trees and shrubs, with a faint pink mist hovering above. We've arrived. Let's descend. Everyone be careful, Senior brother Wang warned, then descended towards the mist below. Han Li, unhurried and calm, descended last. Seeing the others ahead of him taking the antidote for the miasma, he couldn't help but smile slightly. With his body tempered by the bone-cleansing and marrow-changing process, the miasma naturally gets expelled with every breath he takes. At this moment, the group descended to about 10 yards above the ground and began flying toward the center of the basin. That fox demon is extremely cunning. If we want to catch it, we only have one chance. So we must find a wide area where it can't escape to set up our formation. Not far ahead, there's a flat, solid mud ground. This way, we won't have to worry about it burrowing into the mud and escaping, Senior Brother Wang said confidently, clearly having planned this out thoroughly. The others always followed Senior Brother Wang's lead, so naturally they had no objections. Han Li, on the other hand, continued to smile silently. After a short while, the 5 of them flew to a flat area covered with lush green grass. In the distance were some sparse, low shrubs. This time, without waiting for Senior Brother Wang to speak, Kui Huan and the others voluntarily landed on the grass, examining the surroundings. After a brief discussion, Kui Huan walked to the center of the grass, dug a small pit, and carefully took out a piece of yellow essence from his storage pouch. He buried half of it in the pit, leaving the other half exposed, and scattered some loose soil over it to make it look more natural. Immediately, a faint medicinal fragrance spread out. Good, that's it. The snow-cloud fox has a very keen sense of smell. With the potency of this 50-year-old yellow essence, it will come to us even if it's hiding 3 feet underground. Oh, and Han Junior Brother, take this disorienting flag, Kui Huan said, satisfied, as he patted his hands and suddenly remembered something. He took out a white formation flag from his storage pouch and handed it to Han Li. Han Li nodded and took the small flag with a calm expression. At this moment, Senior Brother Wang began instructing everyone. When the fox demon appears, everyone should take their positions in the air. On my signal, simultaneously throw down the formation flags to temporarily trap the entire grassland with the illusion formation. I believe that since the fox demon has only recently advanced, it won't be able to break out of the formation, Senior Brother Wang said solemnly. Everyone nodded in agreement. So they flew up again, hovering about 60 yards above the ground, and used basic invisibility spells to hide themselves while holding their formation flags. Involved in such a significant amount of spirit stones, Kui Huan and the others were naturally tense, their eyes fixed on the ground below without blinking. Even Senior Brother Wang himself had a serious expression, his eyes shining brightly. In contrast, Han Li appeared the most relaxed. Holding the white formation flag in one hand and casually placing the other behind his back, he glanced around nonchalantly. In reality, Han Li had already extended his spiritual sense to cover several hundred yards around them, ready to detect any movement instantly. As a result, the area fell silent, with not a sound to be heard. More than an hour passed without any disturbance. Kui Huan, standing on his magical tool, stretched his slightly sore neck, showing a hint of impatience on his face. He glanced at Senior Brother Wang, hesitant to speak, but after reconsidering, he remained silent. After all, waiting a bit longer for the fox demon didn't seem like something to complain about. Another half-hour later, just as most of them were becoming restless, Han Li's expression changed, and he suddenly looked towards a nearby shrub. Unable to endure any longer, Kui Huan licked his lips, about to say something to the others. But at that moment, he heard Han Li's cold voice. "Careful, the spirit fox is here. It's hiding in the western shrub. Don't scare it away." Startled by Han Li's words, Kui Huan immediately closed his mouth tightly and scanned the western shrub below. The other three also heard Han Li's transmitted words. They looked towards the western shrub in surprise, but found nothing unusual, feeling a bit skeptical. However, their previously relaxed minds became alert again. After waiting for about the time it takes to eat a meal, they finally saw, to their surprise and delight, a foot-long, snow-white beast slowly emerge from a shrub. It turned its head at every step, its fluffy little head constantly looking around. It was extremely adorable. This scene made the other four's hearts race. They tightly gripped their formation flags, not daring to breathe. The white fox, unaware of the 5 people above, finally grew bolder after seeing nothing unusual around it. Its pair of emerald green eyes began to fixate on the yellow essence in the distance, and it quietly crept closer. However, when it was still about 10 yards away from the yellow essence, it suddenly stopped, its pink nose twitching rapidly, showing a hint of suspicion in its eyes, as if it had noticed something. This situation made senior brother Wang impatient. He shouted, "Do it," and threw his formation flag, which turned into a yellow light and shot downward. Han Li and the others didn't hesitate upon hearing the command, simultaneously throwing their items while chanting spells. As soon as the 5-colored lights touched the ground, they immediately sank into it, and a large amount of yellow mist rose up around the grassland, sealing the area tightly. The 5 elements disorienting formation was instantly formed. The snowcloud fox, realizing it had fallen into a trap, immediately let out a few panicked cries and transformed into a white light, trying to escape into the yellow mist. Seeing this, senior brother Wang and the others relaxed, not showing any signs of urgency. Once the white fox entered the illusion formation, it was immediately confused by the yellow mist, unable to find its way out and could only circle around aimlessly, unable to escape. They were content to let the beast exhaust itself before easily capturing it alive. Just as they thought the mission was accomplished and were all smiling, the little fox, after running around in the yellow mist for a while, suddenly wobbled and collapsed to the ground, not getting up again. This scene greatly shocked Kui Huan and the others, leaving them staring at each other in dismay. However, senior brother Wang's face darkened, and he said calmly, "Don't lift the restriction. Keep maintaining the formation. Brother Ma, go down and see what's going on. This disorienting formation can only trap, not harm. This fox beast is cunning by nature. It's probably pretending to be dead." He cautiously warned the short, fat young man. Hearing this, the others felt slightly reassured, and the short, fat young man immediately flew down without hesitation. Han Li, however, smiled slightly and looked at him with a strange expression, remaining silent. Despite his short and stout figure, Brother Ma moved quickly. In a moment, he was within the yellow mist and walked to the little fox. Being cautious, he first grabbed the white fox's tail before lightly shaking it. The white fox remained motionless, like a dead object. This alarmed the short, fat young man, and he quickly placed the fox's belly to his ear, listening intently. Soon, his panicked voice came from the yellow mist. "Senior brother, come down quickly. This fox demon's body is cold, and there's no heartbeat. It seems to be really dead." "Impossible." Senior brother Wang's face changed upon hearing this. "Senior brother, let's lift the formation and go down to take a look. We can't maintain the restriction much longer with our spiritual power," Kui Huan said anxiously. The silent Zai Shixiu also showed a worried expression. After all, if the fox demon was dead, it wouldn't be worth much spirit stones. "Fine, let's lift the formation first. Since Brother Ma has already caught the beast," Senior Brother Wang agreed after a brief hesitation. Han Li stroked his chin nonchalantly and didn't object. Immediately, they chanted incantations and pointed at the ground, and several beams of light shot out from the mist, transforming back into several formation flags and landing in their hands. The yellow mist dissipated instantly. Revealed was the short, fat young man standing on the grass, testing something with his finger under the little beast's nose. Seeing this, Senior Brother Wang and the others descended with grim faces, but Han Li remained in place, glancing at the white fox with a peculiar expression. "That darn thing is really dead. Did we waste our time for nothing?" The short, stout young man had already removed his hand from beneath the white fox's nose before the three above had descended, and he angrily blurted out a coarse remark. After saying this, he looked up at the three descending men with an expression of annoyance, as he was about to say something more. The three above, however, suddenly had a drastic change in their expressions and shouted in unison, "Watch out! The fox demon is alive. It's pretending to be dead." Though they spoke different phrases, they conveyed the same meaning. The short, stout young man was exceptionally quick-witted. Hearing this, his expression changed abruptly. Without thinking, he waved his hand, and a white talisman appeared between his fingers, which he fiercely slapped onto the little beast he was holding by the tail. His actions were still a bit too late. Before his arm, holding the talisman, could stretch out halfway, a ripping pain suddenly surged through his hand that was holding the fox demon. With a loud cry, he involuntarily loosened his grip, and the white fox slipped to the ground with a slick movement. Just moments before, the snow-cloud fox's fine hairs on its tail stood up like needles, piercing the young man's palm, leaving it riddled with bloody wounds. The three above, seeing this, charged angrily towards the four-legged beast on the ground. However, having finally regained its freedom, the white fox wouldn't stay there to be caught. It leaped and transformed into a white blur, darting several yards away. With a few quick jumps, it dove into a nearby shrub. In their panic, Senior Brother Wang and the others moved swiftly, surrounding the shrub like a whirlwind. Each released a magical tool, slowly searching the area. But moments later, the three were dumbfounded. Apart from a pile of scattered rocks, The shrub was empty. The snow-cloud fox, which had clearly jumped into the area, had vanished without a trace. The three stood there, at a loss for what to do. "Hey, where is junior brother Han going?" Kui Huan looked up instinctively and exclaimed in surprise. Only then did the others realize that Han Li was riding his magical tool, flying swiftly into the distance. Senior brother Wang and the others were puzzled. At that moment, Han Li's voice echoed in their ears. "Senior brothers, don't worry. That little thing used a trick and sneaked underground. I'm tracking it with my magical tool. Once it emerges, I'll capture it alive." With these words, Han Li's voice disappeared, and he continued flying towards the edge of the swamp on his flying sword. Hearing Han Li's words, senior brother Wang felt a mix of surprise and joy. After calling out to the others, he hurriedly followed Han Li into the air. Kui Huan and the others quickly followed suit. "Junior brother Ma, is your hand all right?" Amidst the rush, senior brother Wang didn't forget to check on the short, stout young man. "It's fine. Luckily the thing's fur isn't poisonous. It's just a superficial wound," the short, stout young man said with a face full of shame, falling to the back. After all, it was his carelessness that allowed the demon beast to escape, even after being warned. This made the young man feel deeply embarrassed. "It's good that you're all right. Let's hurry and catch up. Although I don't know what kind of tool junior brother Han is using to track the fox demon underground, let's follow quickly," senior brother Wang said with a forced smile. Kui Huan turned around and nodded repeatedly, marveling. But speaking of which, this snow-cloud fox, having evolved into a demon beast, is incredibly cunning. It played dead so well that even senior brother Ma couldn't tell. It really gave us a fright. Hearing this, the short, stout young man's face turned even redder. Fortunately, at this moment, senior brother Wang spoke up to defend him. "It's not junior brother Ma's fault. Even if I had acted, I might have fallen for it in that situation. The snow-cloud fox is simply too sly." Hearing this, the short, stout young man looked at senior brother Wang with a grateful expression, feeling somewhat better. As the three were speaking, the taciturn Zai Shixiu, who had been focused on the pursuit, suddenly shouted in astonishment. "Everyone look, junior brother Han has entered the stone wall. What should we do now?" Startled, they looked ahead and saw that they had reached the edge of the swamp. In the distance, towering hundreds of yards high, was a gigantic mountain. Directly in their path was a steep, black cliff. Han Li, who had been in front, had vanished without a trace. The four stood before the cliff, staring at each other in confusion. Even senior brother Wang was dumbfounded. Han Li was indeed inside the mountain wall. At this moment, he held the wolf-headed jade Ruyi, his body glowing with a faint yellow light. Not far ahead of him was a small yellow wolf, leading the way with its earth-penetrating technique. Wherever this artifact spirit passed, all the earth and rocks turned into nothingness. Han Li followed the little wolf leisurely, his face full of a thoughtful expression. Within the range of his spiritual sense, a white light point, a few dozen yards below, was frantically moving forward. It was the white fox. With his abilities, the snow-cloud fox's feigned death couldn't fool him. Even its attempt to escape using a small rock vein in the shrub, blending with the stones, didn't evade his spiritual sense. Had it been an ordinary low-level demon beast, Han Li would have alerted the disciples of Hidden Sword Peak, doing them a favor. But to his surprise, when the fox first appeared, he sensed something unusual. The beast had an aura that felt familiar to Han Li. After a moment of careful consideration, he realized, to his astonishment, that the fox's aura was somewhat similar to the incarnation of the nine-curved spirit ginseng, the white rabbit. Naturally, Han Li was pleasantly surprised, thinking he had discovered another incarnation of a heavenly treasure. However, upon further inspection with his spiritual sense, he found himself puzzled again. The beast's aura was far weaker than that of the nine-curved spirit ginseng, not even 1/10 as strong. Moreover, his careful probing revealed that the snow-cloud fox was indeed flesh and blood, not a transformed entity. Otherwise, the mere 5 elements disorienting formation wouldn't have been able to trap it. Though confirming the fox was not an incarnation of a heavenly treasure, Han Li's curiosity deepened. He guessed that the beast's evolution from a normal creature to a demon beast must be related to that trace of spiritual aura. Determined to uncover the truth, he let the beast fake its death and escape from Kui Huan and the others, while he followed it secretly, wanting to see what secrets it held. Arriving at the cliff, the snow-cloud fox unhesitatingly turned into a white light and merged into the rock. Not hesitating either, Han Li released the earth element spirit of his jade Ruyi. Only by using the little wolf's earth-piercing technique could he follow silently without alarming the beast. Otherwise, using his flying sword to cut through the mountain would certainly scare the fox away. The mountain was clearly large. After traveling a few hundred yards, the white light suddenly stopped and emerged from the rock, appearing in a sealed stone chamber. Han Li, delighted, hurriedly urged the earth element spirit to speed up. Simultaneously, he intensified his spiritual sense, intending to sneak a peek at the stone chamber. However, as soon as his spiritual sense approached, it was repelled by a strange force, unable to penetrate at all. "Huh!" Han Li exclaimed softly in surprise. His forward momentum slowed, and he became extremely cautious. Just then, he felt an abrupt tightening around his body, his form becoming as heavy as a mountain. Simultaneously, a faint voice reached his ears. "Since a guest has arrived, don't be so hesitant. Do you expect this old woman to invite you in?" As the voice faded, yellow light surged around Han Li, and a massive force pushed him from behind. With a sudden flash of light, Han Li found himself in a stone chamber. Startled, he waved the jade Ruyi in his hand, and a yellow-red barrier appeared around him. At the same time, he spat out several green beams of light, which circled rapidly around the barrier. Only then, did Han Li have the chance to look around. Han Li didn't need to look hard. The person who spoke was seated cross-legged on a stone platform just over 10 meters in front of him. It was a young woman in a black dress with her hair pinned up with a wooden hairpin. The young woman had delicate features, but her face was pale, and her eyes sparkled with a faint glow. However, what astonished Han Li was that one of her sleeves was empty. She was missing an arm. Before Han Li could speak, the young woman noticed the magic weapon he had released and couldn't help but make a surprised sound. So you aren't a mere chi condensation stage junior, but a core formation stage cultivator. Tusk, your chi concealment technique is quite impressive. Even I was almost fooled, the young woman said with a laugh, her eyes glimmering. The snow cloud fox lay curled comfortably on her lap, its curious eyes fixated on Han Li, brimming with intelligence. So this is where the senior cultivates in seclusion. I apologize for my intrusion, Han Li said, his heart trembling after scanning her with his spiritual sense. The area around her seemed like transparent air. His spiritual sense passed right through her without detecting any trace of spiritual energy. This indicated either she had some extraordinary treasure concealing her cultivation level, or her cultivation was vastly superior to his. Judging by her tone and the techniques she had displayed, the latter seemed more likely. Han Li's wariness grew. Despite your young age, you have already reached the late core formation stage. That's quite remarkable, the young woman said, gently stroking the snow cloud fox on her lap, her tone calm and measured. The senior overpraises me. I was just fortunate to reach this level. May I ask the senior's name? Han Li asked cautiously after taking a deep breath to steady himself. My name isn't important. Even if I told you, you wouldn't recognize it. In fact, even among your generation of nascent soul cultivators, few would know of me, the young woman replied with a sigh. Hearing this, Han Li was initially taken aback and then felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Could this young woman be some reclusive ancient cultivator? He felt a chill run down his spine, but managed to maintain a composed expression. After all, with his advancing cultivation and mastery of various secret techniques, Han Li no longer felt as overawed by nascent soul cultivators as he once did. Especially since learning the blood shadow evasion technique, his confidence had grown. If it came to a fight, he wasn't confident of victory, but he was sure he could escape, albeit at the cost of severe blood essence depletion that would necessitate several years of secluded cultivation to recover. Still, it was puzzling that such a mysterious figure would be hiding right under the noses of the three sects. Did she have some hidden agenda? Or was she, like him, merely attracted by the dense spiritual energy of the area? As these thoughts ran through his mind, Han Li's gaze swept around the stone chamber, noticing the sparse furnishings and rough-hewn walls. The place seemed desolate and cold. He noted the coarse texture of the stone walls, which seemed to have been hacked at with a large axe rather than smoothed with magical tools, a detail that added to his unease. Sensing Han Li's confusion, the young woman laughed lightly and spoke. If you're curious, why not touch the stone walls yourself? That might answer some of your questions. Han Li's interest was piqued. Since the senior has suggested it, I won't refuse. He stepped cautiously toward the left wall, all the while keeping his spiritual sense focused on the young woman, ready to react to any sudden moves. Although she had shown no malice thus far, Han Li's experiences had taught him to be vigilant. Reaching the wall, he touched it but felt nothing unusual. He then extended a finger, and with a flash of green light, a few inches of sword energy appeared at his fingertip. Han Li struck the wall, and to his astonishment, the sword energy sparked and failed to leave even a scratch. Surprised, he gathered his spiritual power, extending the sword energy to nearly a foot long, and slashed at the wall. The stone remained unscathed, without the slightest mark. Dumbfounded, Han Li directed a flying sword at the wall, which struck with a clear sound before returning. The wall bore a shallow inch-deep mark that soon began to heal, vanishing completely in moments. What is this? It even repairs itself. Did the senior place some enchantment on it? Han Li asked, shocked. Enchantment? You're giving me too much credit. This is green gold stone, also known as spirit-absorbing stone, a rare material used in artifact crafting. Only immense physical force can damage it. No magical spells or artifacts have any effect on its surface, the young woman explained calmly. Green gold stone. I must admit my ignorance. I've never heard of such a material, Han Li said, frowning as he stepped back to his original position. Heh, it's no surprise. Even in ancient times, it was exceedingly rare. Few today would recognize it, the young woman said indifferently. Han Li, still pondering her words, was about to speak when the young woman smiled and continued. You seem to have nearly reached the pseudo-nascent soul stage, but your aptitude appears quite poor. No, it's dreadful. You must have had some fortunate encounters to reach this level. Otherwise, no amount of effort would have gotten you past the foundation establishment stage. Since we have met here, it must be fate. I have a treasure that could assist you, should you be interested. A treasure to lend me? Han Li asked, surprised, his expression turning peculiar. Of course, there are conditions. First, it is a temporary loan, and you must return it later. Second, in exchange for the treasure, you must perform a task for me. Consider it a fair trade, the young woman said coldly, seeing his hesitation. She then produced a small, black jade box from her robe. The box, rough and simple, seemed aged and worn, with patches of black and yellow. Han Li, eyeing the box and the young woman's expression, refrained from agreeing or refusing outright, his face shifting through various emotions. After some contemplation, he asked solemnly, "May I ask what this treasure is, and then I'll decide." The young woman, noticing his hesitation, showed a hint of impatience, pointing to the box. Have you heard of spirit eye stones? This box contains the highest grade, spirit eye jade. It can stabilize your pseudo-nascent soul stage, making your path to forming a nascent soul smoother. This treasure has been with me for many years. Were it not for my current cultivation, which can no longer progress through mere hard work, I wouldn't part with it so easily," she said, her hand caressing the black box with a trace of reluctance. "Spirit I Jade," Han Li's expression shifted. With such an item, he could shorten the time to reach the pseudo-nascent soul stage by at least a third. The words he had been about to refuse were swallowed back. "What task does the senior require? If it's beyond my ability, how can I be of help?" Hanley asked after some hesitation. "Don't worry. It's nothing as dramatic as killing or arson. I merely need you to deliver a letter. Although my cultivation is high, I cannot leave this stone chamber due to certain reasons. But I need this letter delivered," the young woman said with a pleased smile. "Just delivering a letter?" Hanley asked, taken aback. "Indeed, what else would it be?" the young woman said, covering her mouth as she laughed lightly, her expression enchanting. Hearing this, Hanley's face flushed slightly. "If it's just delivering a letter, I can agree to that," Han Li said. Such a simple task, naturally, he wouldn't refuse. The young woman seemed very pleased with this, and without another word, raised her hand. The black box was enveloped in a green light and floated steadily towards Han Li. Han Li reached out to catch the black box, and upon a sweep of his spiritual sense, found it brimming with spiritual energy, appearing to be the genuine spirit I Jade. Given his cautious nature, he naturally had to verify it himself before accepting it. A flash of green light appeared in his hand as he gently tapped the lid of the box. The black box automatically opened. Inside was a field of white light, and a pure, clear spiritual energy instantly filled the entire stone chamber. Intrigued, Hanley peered into the box. Within the gentle white glow, there was a piece of white jade, several inches in size, shimmering continuously. To Han Li's astonishment, within the semi-transparent jade, there was a tiny green ox, about the size of a thumb, moving around as if it were alive. Seeing this, Han Li was visibly shocked. "What do you think? This spirit eye jade is almost ready to produce a transformative creature, far superior to ordinary spirit eye stones. With this item for cultivation, your progress will be twice as fast with half the effort," the young woman said with a light laugh, a strange gleam flashing in her bright eyes as she saw Han Li's astonishment. "Indeed, with this item, I won't need decades, but only a few years to reach the pseudo-nascent soul stage," Han Li said calmly, after gazing at the spirit eye jade for a moment and finally closing the box. He then realized that the snow cloud fox must have absorbed the spiritual energy of the spirit eye jade, which explained its faint, clear aura. It was likely that this treasure had played a significant role in the fox's evolution into a demon fox. Han Li's composed demeanor made the young woman pause, looking at him with a hint of surprise in her eyes. "All right, I've given you the treasure. Take this jade slip. Also, behind the stone platform I'm sitting on, there's another jade box with a sealing talisman on it. Tear off the talisman and hand the box to me. There's another item in that box for you to deliver along with the letter, the young woman said, casually tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. You want me to retrieve something for you. Han Li was taken aback and grew slightly wary. HMPH, afraid I'll harm you. If I could get it myself, would I ask you for help? The young woman snorted coldly. Then she lifted her long skirt, revealing her legs. Han Li's face changed dramatically at what he saw. Two emaciated legs, as thin as a baby's arm, were crossed beneath her. They were dry, skeletal, and wrapped in several silvery white chains, one end piercing through the bone and the other embedded deep in the stone platform. Han Li licked his lips and looked at the young woman. Though his face was full of suspicion, he remained silent. He knew she would explain. Indeed, although the young woman's face was frosty, she spoke in a dry tone after lowering her skirt. I created this stone chamber with green gold stone and bound my legs with these fine chains to imprison myself. Imprison yourself? Han Li was puzzled. Yes, the ghost-killing art I practice is different from ordinary techniques. Although it cultivates quickly and has extraordinary power, it has a fatal flaw. Once cultivated to a certain level, it causes the practitioner to lose their sanity and become bloodthirsty. I once thought my willpower was strong enough to resist it and ignored all warnings, only to start a killing spree upon reaching the nascent soul stage. This created quite a stir in the cultivation world and earned me many enemies. Eventually, several nascent soul cultivators joined forces and severely injured me, costing me an arm, she said, looking at her empty sleeve with a blank expression. After recovering from my injuries, I realized that if I couldn't control myself, it would only be a matter of time before I died. So I had a friend craft the heavenly fire divine chains and this green gold stone chamber to confine myself. Fearing that I might undo the chains in a moment of weakness, I entrusted the key to a close friend, who was to check on me periodically and release me if my condition improved, she said, her face darkening. But unexpectedly, my friend disappeared after a few visits. I don't know if something happened to him or if there was another reason. As a result, I have been trapped here ever since. Even though my cultivation has advanced to the mid-nascent soul stage, I can't extend my spiritual sense beyond a few hundred meters due to the green gold stone. I can't even call for help. The heavenly fire divine chains are linked to my soul. Breaking them would mean my death. Now that you've found your way here, I finally have a chance to be free, she said, revealing her story to dispel Han Li's doubts. Han Li was stunned by her tale. If true, her experience was indeed extraordinary. After some thought, he hesitantly asked, "You want me to deliver a letter to your friend? But after so many years, isn't it likely that he has passed away?" "Yes, the letter is for him, but don't worry. We agreed that if anything happened to him, he would leave the key with his descendants. If you can't find him, look for his family," she sighed, smiling bitterly. Han Li thought it over and found it reasonable, seeing no flaws in her story. Without further ado, he stepped forward and circled behind the stone platform, finding a deep hole. Cautiously probing with his spiritual sense, he then reached in and retrieved a jade box. The box was antique, slightly yellowed, with strange flame patterns carved on it, and a faint humanoid figure roaring within the flames. On its front was a golden talisman, exuding an uncomfortable aura. Hanley frowned instinctively. "That's it. Tear off the talisman and hand me the box," the young woman urged, her voice tinged with impatience. Hanley had been about to comply, but her slightly trembling voice made him uneasy. Hesitating, he withdrew his hand and looked at her. Seeing her eyes turn green and her face contort with ferocity, Hanley's heart skipped a beat. She no longer looked like a high-level cultivator. Realizing she had been exposed, the young woman quickly composed herself and spoke in a gentler tone. "Why are you hesitating, Han Taoist? Just tear off the talisman and hand me the box. I've already given you the rare spirit I jade. What more do you need?" she said, trying to calm him. Hanley glanced between the young woman and the sealed jade box, saying nothing. Instead, he slowly approached her, holding the box. "What are you doing? Stop. Don't come closer." The young woman's composure shattered, her face filled with fear and urgency. Upon seeing the expression on the young woman's face, Hanley's complexion darkened, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. Without a word, he raised his hand and threw the jade box directly at the young woman. Although he didn't know why the other party was afraid of a talisman, since she was not acting kindly, he naturally wouldn't be polite either. The black-clad young woman became even more panicked at this scene, instinctively slapping the stone platform beneath her, as if trying to get up and dodge. However, this action evidently triggered some restriction. She had just stood up about 10 feet when she was immediately pulled back to her original position by a flash of red light, her face twisted in pain. By this time, the jade box had flown in front of the woman and emitted a clear sound. Changing direction, it automatically flew towards the top of her head. Then, golden light burst from the box, and countless golden runes flew out from the talisman, gently descending onto the young woman. No. The black-clad young woman screamed in despair, her beautiful face contorted in agony. Then, as if unwilling to give up, she quickly raised her lone arm to cover her face, desperately lowering her head as if trying to bury her face in her chest. The runes finally landed on the woman's shoulder. Suddenly, a green smoke burst forth. The woman's body trembled violently, emitting a piercing and non-human scream. Hanley's expression changed drastically, involuntarily taking several steps back. Sweating slightly on his palms, one hand immediately grasped a spirit beast bag filled with devouring gold insects, while the other grabbed the ancient treasure, the jade ruyi, his expression solemn as he stared at the stone platform, not saying a word. More runes fell, and the black-clad woman was enveloped in rolling green smoke. After a moment, the entire stone platform was shrouded in smoke, and apart from occasional flashes of golden light, the woman's figure could no longer be seen. However, the wailing within the green mist never stopped, sometimes sharp and high-pitched, sometimes hoarse and violent, constantly changing between male and female, sending shivers down one's spine. Hanley watched with growing alarm, licking his lips nervously. He couldn't help but hold his breath because with the appearance of the green smoke, a foul stench filled the room. Just inhaling a bit made him dizzy and nauseous, greatly shocking him. These fumes were unexpectedly poisonous. At that moment, there were sounds of crack from the green mist. Before Han Li could understand what the sound was, there was a swoosh. A green claw shot out from the mist like lightning, its surface covered in silver chains, fiercely grabbing towards Han Li, who had retreated to a corner of the stone chamber. Its arms stretched out like a snake for several meters, aiming directly at Han Li's protective light barrier. Han Li's expression changed, and he tightened his grip on the jade ruyi, ready to cast a spell. But the silver chain on the ghost claw suddenly contracted, followed by sparks and a smell of burning. A low, painful roar came from the mist, and the claw retracted. Han Li stared at the thick fog, his expression changing constantly. After a moment of consideration, he took 2 small steps back, pressed against the wall of aquamarine, and infused a considerable amount of spiritual power into the jade ruyi. Immediately, the red and yellow light barrier on his body thickened. He felt slightly relieved. After a cup of tea's time, the strange screams within the green mist gradually subsided. As the light from the golden talisman dimmed and the number of runes falling decreased significantly, it was clear that the talisman's spiritual energy was limited. Han Li wondered if it would still be able to restrain the opponent once its power was exhausted. Fortunately, Han Li's worries did not come true. When the screams finally ceased and the green mist became heavy, the light on the golden talisman had not completely dissipated. Han Li glanced at the talisman in the air, not immediately approaching. Instead, he waited for a while until the light on the talisman dimmed and it fell straight into the green mist along with the jade box. Then, with a change in expression, he took action. With a wave of his hand, he temporarily put away the spirit beast bag, and with his free hand, he formed a hand seal, chanting a low incantation. In front of him, a red light cluster the size of an egg suddenly appeared. Without hesitation, Han Li lightly pointed at the light cluster, which instantly turned into a red light and flew into the green mist, disappearing without a trace. Then, Han Li raised his eyebrows and uttered a burst. A loud bang sounded from the green mist. The mist dispersed as if swept away by a strong wind, disappearing without a trace, and a hot air filled the entire room. Dealing with such evil poison mist, fire attribute techniques were indeed the most effective. With a hot wind blowing on his face, Han Li stood still, his eyes flickering with strange light as he stared at the stone platform where the mist dissipated. After a glance, he suddenly felt a jolt in his heart, swallowing hard and feeling a chill. On the stone platform lay a humanoid figure, motionless, its life uncertain. Describing it as humanoid because although it resembled a human, its body was covered in dense, coarse green fur, and a strong stench emanated from it. Although Han Li hadn't clearly seen its appearance yet, it was definitely not human. Like the black-clad woman who had just transformed, it also had only one arm. And the sharp claws with black nails, obviously the same ghost claw that had attacked Han Li just now. What caught Han Li's attention was that the monster was wrapped in countless silver chains, not only binding its limbs, but also passing through holes in its chest and back, completely restraining it. Without much thought, Han Li waved his fingers and dozens of azure lights shot out, slashing randomly at the monster. However, there was only a muffled sound of boom from the green-haired monster, and it remained unscathed. Han Li smirked, revealing a bitter smile, but he wasn't particularly surprised. After all, seeing how solemnly this monster was imprisoned here, it was definitely not an ordinary character. He would have been surprised if severing its head had worked. At this moment, Han Li beckoned to the flying swords, retracting them, and took a few steps forward. With a flick of his sleeve, a cyan light shot out and gently wrapped around the monster's body. Then, silently, it fell to the ground, revealing its true appearance. A grayish face, resembling a skull, appeared before Han Li's eyes. Its mouth was half opened, revealing a pair of large fangs, terrifying to the extreme. What's this? Han Li looked at the green fur covering the monster's body and its appearance, feeling somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it in a certain ancient text. He lowered his head in contemplation. Corpse fiend. After a moment, Han Li suddenly raised his head, his eyes revealing a hint of fear as he uttered the name of the monster. Meanwhile, his mind raced, recalling the terrifying rumors about this evil spirit from the ancient times. The corpse fiend, as its name suggests, is a type of zombie. However, it is vastly different from the walking corpses cultivated by cultivators or the ordinary zombies buried underground for spiritual purposes. The conditions for their formation are extremely strict. Although no one knows the complete method of formation for this evil spirit, the bodies that can evolve into corpse fiends must meet two conditions during their lifetime. Firstly, the body must at least be that of a nascent soul stage cultivator. Ordinary people and low-level cultivators cannot transform into corpse fiends after death. Secondly, these cultivators must possess wood or earth attribute spiritual roots, and they must be of the heavenly spirit root level. Otherwise, they would have no chance to utilize the power of stone and wood for spiritual communication. In addition to these conditions, there is another prerequisite for forming a corpse fiend. These cultivators must have died with immense resentment. This allows their souls to refuse to return to the cycle of reincarnation, lingering on the corpse. Over time, with other coincidences, the soul can reintegrate and refine with the body, forming the corpse fiend. This creature can be described as half human, half corpse, or half ghost. Because it not only lacks the fatal weakness to sunlight like ghosts and zombies, but also retains most of its memories from its past life and naturally cultivates the techniques it practiced before. Moreover, due to the resentment in its death, this evil spirit is naturally not vegetarian. Almost all of them have a penchant for killing. After killing cultivators, they particularly enjoy imprisoning their souls in their bodies and slowly tormenting them with corpse fire. This monster can be said to be something that terrified everyone in the cultivation world long ago. Hanley thought about the rumors of the corpse fiend, which could only be subdued with true fire or sealed with soul extraction due to its body being as resilient as gold and iron. The current situation indicated that the corpse fiend had not truly perished, but was temporarily suppressed by some unknown golden talisman. Hanley estimated that it wouldn't be a short time before the corpse fiend regained its strength. With these thoughts in mind, Hanley's gaze shifted to the jade box lying beside the corpse fiend. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. If the corpse fiend had been sealed using soul extraction, then the contents of the jade box must contain its essence. However, if that were the case, why could the corpse fiend's body move freely, speak, and attempt to coax him into opening the jade box? Could it be that the soul extraction was incomplete, leaving remnants within the body? Additionally, why did the corpse fiend possess a precious item like the spirit eye jade? Had it obtained it after being trapped here? With these doubts in mind, Hanley furrowed his brows and decided to stop pondering over these unanswerable questions. Instead, he began to search for a way to escape. Although he had the ability to refine the corpse fiend, he had no intention of doing so. He planned to leave the place and let the corpse fiend remain imprisoned. As for whether others would fall victim to its deception in the future, it was not his concern. He believed that when the time came for the corpse fiend to break free, there would be experts from various sects to deal with it. However, after scanning the surroundings, Hanley's gaze returned to the jade box. After a brief hesitation, he suddenly reached out and drew the jade box into his hand, then calmly stowed it away in his storage pouch. The runic symbols on the golden talisman were extremely peculiar, and he intended to study them further. As for whether he would open the box, he would only do so when he had achieved nascent soul stage and felt completely confident. If there were indeed a remnant soul of the corpse fiend or some other powerful spirit inside, with the warding thunder and soul-devouring beast at his disposal, coupled with his cultivation level at that time, he would have nothing to fear. With a wave of the jade ruyi in his hand, the protective light around him vanished, and the yellow wolf leaped out. He prepared to use the earth escape technique to tunnel out of the stone chamber. After all, despite its hardness and rarity, Kingjin's stone still belonged to the category of earth and stones, which should not be able to hinder the earth escape technique. With his mind made up, he was about to command the wolf spirit when suddenly he sensed something and turned his head, his gaze falling on the motionless corpse fiend. Slightly tilting his head in contemplation, he sighed and walked a few steps to stand in front of the corpse fiend. Then, without hesitation, he raised his foot and kicked. As a result, the corpse fiend's body flipped over, revealing an inconspicuous cavity. Inside the cavity, the snow-white fox was staring pitifully at Hanley. Hanley smiled faintly and murmured, "You're quite clever, finding a hiding place like this." With that said, he waved his hand, and a green light swept towards the little fox. The white fox seemed to sense danger and hastily leaped into the air, trying to escape. However, the green light was incredibly fast, and before it could reach the peak of its jump, it was enveloped by the green light and swiftly captured by Han Li. With one hand gripping the back of the white fox's neck, Han Li turned around and headed towards the stone wall without hesitation. As he walked, he murmured to himself, "You're quite lucky. Not only did you emerge unscathed just now, but you've also managed to survive until now despite being with the corpse fiend for so long. Truly incredible." Incredible. Just as Han Li uttered these words, he suddenly remembered something and stopped in his tracks. Then, with a sudden movement, he violently threw the white fox towards the opposite stone wall. But at that moment, a trace of resentment flashed in the fox's eyes. In an instant, it raised its front paws and fiercely clawed at Han Li, who was within arm's reach. Its originally small front limbs suddenly swelled up on the way, and its huge, snow-white sharp claws struck Han Li's chest. With a loud bang, amidst Han Li's roar of anger, the white shadow flashed, and the snow-cloud fox was thrown out, as if it were about to be smashed into pulp. However, the little fox rolled agilely in midair, twisted its body, and landed steadily in the other corner of the stone chamber. Then it stared at Han Li with icy eyes, revealing a hint of surprised disappointment in its emerald green fox eyes. Meanwhile, Han Li, still in shock, looked at his torn shirt, underneath which a green light was flashing. It was none other than Wen Tianren's green inner armor. Since the destruction of the Imperial scale armor, Han Li had worn this unnamed inner armor, which was no less superior in quality. Although the white fox's sudden attack was unexpected and vicious, it couldn't break through this armor that not even ordinary magic treasures could easily destroy. Who are you? Just now, you transformed for an attack, which is not something a low-level demon beast can do. Han Li asked coldly while staring at the transformed woman in front of him. At the same time, he subconsciously glanced at the stone platform, where the corpse fiend's body remained motionless. This made him feel slightly relieved, and then he refocused his gaze on the woman whose cultivation had suddenly skyrocketed. By all accounts, being able to transform into a human form required at least the cultivation of an 8th-level demon beast. However, this woman, who claimed to be the corpse fiend's transformation, only had the cultivation of the 7th level. This puzzled Han Li, but he didn't show much fear. However, he couldn't help but doubt his own judgment, as he had been easily deceived by this demon with his powerful spiritual sense. Therefore, he couldn't be certain if his judgment was correct, and he couldn't help but wear a serious expression. At the same time, he remembered the legends of high-level fox demons recorded in the classics. Once their cultivation reached a high level, almost all fox spirits were adept at using illusion techniques and could manipulate cultivators of the same level, who were unaware of their actions. As for their innate talent for concealment, It was among the best among demon beasts. Before, Han Li had some doubts about these legends. But now, seeing how easily this demon had deceived his powerful spiritual sense, he finally began to believe them to some extent. However, with the enemy before him, Han Li regained his composure. As he looked at the naked woman in front of him, his eyes began to reveal a hint of sharp, murderous intent. "You still haven't figured it out?" The woman, now fully transformed, sneered. Her seductive smile contrasted with the cold glint in her eyes. "You greeted me not long ago, and now you can't even recognize me." Han Li's expression darkened. The woman's voice was unmistakably that of the black-robed woman he had encountered earlier. She had transformed from the white fox into a stunning, naked woman, still retaining a long, bushy fox tail. "You're the corpse fiend's transformation?" Han Li asked, trying to maintain his calm. He glanced once more at the motionless corpse fiend, which remained unresponsive. "You could say that," the woman replied, her voice dripping with mockery. "Or perhaps it's more accurate to say that the corpse fiend and I share a common origin." Han Li's mind raced. Typically, achieving a human form required at least an 8th-level demon beast's cultivation. Yet, this woman before him only exhibited the power of a 7th-level demon beast. How had she managed such a transformation? More importantly, why hadn't she simply removed the golden talisman herself if she possessed such strength? His thoughts were interrupted by the woman's voice. "My current form is just a fraction of my true power. The golden talisman seals most of my essence, but it seems fate has delivered you to me." Han Li's eyes narrowed. His earlier suspicions were correct. There was more to this situation than met the eye. He tightened his grip on his weapon, ready to act at a moment's notice. This woman, or rather this demon, posed a significant threat, and he could not afford to underestimate her. "You can't defeat me," the woman continued, her tone filled with confidence. "Not with your current abilities." "We'll see about that," Han Li retorted, his voice steely. He was no stranger to facing formidable foes, and he would not back down now. The air between them crackled with tension as they prepared for the inevitable clash. Han Li knew that he had to be cautious. This battle would not be easily won, but he was determined to emerge victorious, no matter the cost. "No matter if you're the incarnation of the corpse fiend, only one of us can survive." Han Li's expression remained emotionless as he finished speaking. Then, without hesitation, he pointed at the flying swords before him. A burst of green sword aura surged forth, transforming into a vast expanse of green mist, descending upon the corner of the stone chamber where the fox demon was. The young woman, upon seeing Han Li's attack with the flying swords, showed not fear but rather delight. She extended her pink tongue to moisten her rosy lips, emitting a seductive laugh. In a flash of white light, her figure disappeared entirely. The green mist swept into the empty space, striking the greenstone wall with a sharp clang. Han Li frowned, swiftly scanning with his spiritual sense, but found no trace of the fox demon. Her concealment technique was indeed superior to his. However, Han Li remained unfazed. Instead, he snorted coldly and slapped his storage pouch with one hand, summoning a silver bell into his grasp. "Go," he commanded. With a flash of light, the bell turned into a silver light, flying several feet above his head and reappearing in its original form. Without hesitation, Han Li quickly formed a hand seal with one hand and spat out a burst of green qi onto the bell. Instantly, under the radiance of the ancient treasure, a loud clang echoed throughout the enclosed space, amplifying the bell's sound waves. Suddenly, the entire greenstone chamber was filled with buzzing echoes. Then, just 5 or 6 zhang away from Han Li, there was a sudden spatial fluctuation. Subsequently, in a flash of white light, the naked woman appeared in a distant corner of the stone chamber, with her figure suspended in midair. Amidst Han Li's delight, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. This fox demon seemed to be weaker than an ordinary 7th-level demon beast. Could it be that her cultivation had greatly declined due to the corpse fiend's injuries? As he pondered, without hesitation, he flicked his finger and 5 streaks of green sword qi shot out. The green light pierced through the naked woman's body in various places. After a miserable scream, the woman fell to the ground, her snow-white body stained with crimson blood. Despite his easy success, Han Li was momentarily stunned. Just as he was hesitating, the hand holding the jade ruyi suddenly felt a burst of heat, followed by a burst of red light emanating from his body, forming a crimson light shield. Almost simultaneously, in a seemingly empty space not far away, several thin silver threads suddenly shot out, precisely intercepting the unexpected attack and deflecting it. Surprised voices rang out from both men and women. After Han Li's astonishment, he immediately reacted. With a flick of his wrist, a burst of green light shot towards the location where the silver threads had come from. At the same time, a bewitching laughter echoed from that direction, and in a flash of white light, the naked woman reappeared in another corner of the chamber. Han Li's face turned extremely ugly as he turned to look at where the woman had fallen. However, there was nothing there, not a trace of anyone. Illusion. Han Li pursed his dry lips and couldn't help but mutter, his heart sinking. The woman smiled and did not answer Han Li's question. Instead, she turned her bright eyes towards the yellow wolf squatting beside Han Li, her face showing a hint of surprise. Seeing the woman's expression, Han Li also glanced at the wolf, then lowered his head to look at the wolf-head jade ruyi in his hand, his expression changing uncertainly. The fire attribute light shield that had blocked the fox demon's strange attack just now was not activated by him. Could it be that the spirit in the treasure had taken the initiative to cast a spell to save him? Thinking of the fusion of the red and yellow wolves inside the treasure, as well as the mysterious silver wolf, Han Li couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Just as the woman was about to speak, a red light flashed from the jade ruyi in Han Li's hand, and the wolf that had been squatting on the ground silently leaped up, turning into a streak of yellow light and flying towards the red light. Seeing this scene, Han Li's expression changed slightly. He hesitated for a moment, but still did not act rashly. As he expected, the red and yellow lights converged and burst into a silver halo. Within the halo appeared a silver giant wolf, hovering in the air about 10 feet tall, staring eagerly at the fox demon in front of it. Although the naked woman didn't know the origin of the silver wolf, for some reason, as soon as the wolf appeared, she felt a sense of unease. Even the coquettishness on her face stagnated under the wolf's gaze. But she quickly realized her own abnormality. With a raised eyebrow, she frowned slightly and sprayed a large pink mist from her mouth, covering her figure, instantly disappearing without a trace. The pink mist quickly spread out, covering most of the stone chamber in the blink of an eye. Although Han Li didn't know what tricks this pink mist had, he naturally didn't dare to inhale even a bit of it, immediately summoning a spirit beast pouch from his waist. Even if the fox demon's concealment technique was powerful, he didn't believe she could escape the siege of thousands of gold-devouring bugs. Just as Han Li was about to summon the gold-devouring bugs, the floating silver wolf in front of him suddenly made a surprising move, causing him to hesitate slightly. He saw the wolf open its mouth and shoot out countless fist-sized silver balls, all rushing towards a certain point in the mist. Then the silver wolf let out a low roar and rushed forward like a silver rainbow. This surprised Han Li, causing his action to summon the gold-devouring bugs to be slightly delayed. At this moment, a series of poo-poo sounds rang out, and the silver balls flew into the mist and automatically exploded. The silver light and pink mist intertwined, and a muffled groan of anger came from inside the mist. The silver rainbow, transformed by the silver wolf, also plunged into the mist. "What are you doing? It's impossible. No." The fox demon seemed to see something unbelievable. In a flurry of confusion, she screamed in terror. In an instant, the fox demon's wailing abruptly stopped. Han Li's expression changed slightly as he listened to the voices. His eyes narrowed. Fortunately, the pink mist seemed to have lost its spiritual power. In just a moment, it gradually dispersed, revealing the situation inside. As soon as Han Li saw it, his expression changed drastically. The fox demon, now in the form of a naked woman, was trembling and kneeling on the ground. Pink and silver lights simultaneously flickered on her body, each occupying half of her body, and the two lights intertwined in the middle, as if vying for something. "Soul possession," Han Li exclaimed, sucking in a breath of air. Just as he was puzzled, the silver light began to gain the upper hand, forcing the pink light to retreat step by step. "No." The woman suddenly clasped her head with her hands and screamed in extreme pain. Her voluptuous body rolled over, and amidst a burst of white light, it began to shrink and transform. In no time, she reverted to her petite white fox form. At this point, the last trace of pink light on her tail was also devoured by the silver light. Her formidable cultivation disappeared without a trace, reverting her to a low-level beast. The white fox lay motionless on the ground, seemingly exhausted to the extreme, yet the silver light on her body was now even more dazzling. Hanley gripped the jade Rui tightly, a hint of hesitation on his face. It was evident that the silver wolf had successfully possessed her. He was unsure whether to subdue the opponent now or wait to see what the silver wolf would do next. After a while, Hanley sighed deeply. Regardless, the white fox's cultivation had now fallen to a level that posed no threat. Thus, he didn't need to act harshly right away. Moreover, judging by the silver wolf's earlier actions in blocking an attack, it seemed to harbor no malice towards him. Hanley was naturally more curious about the wolf's true origins. He had never heard of a spirit capable of acting independently. This silver wolf was evidently a being of considerable origin, as he had previously suspected. While Hanley pondered with an uncertain expression, the silver light on the white fox's body dimmed, and it finally stood up on all fours. It seemed somewhat unaccustomed to its new form, taking a few steps before its front legs buckled, causing it to kneel on the ground. Seeing this, Hanley couldn't help but chuckle softly. Hearing the laugh, the white fox raised its head to look at Hanley, a hint of annoyance in its eyes. What's so funny? It's natural to be a bit unaccustomed to a newly possessed body. A calm female voice suddenly echoed in Hanley's ear. Upon hearing the voice, Hanley's smile froze. "You're also a woman," Hanley muttered, touching his nose and exhaling lightly. "HMPH, what do you mean, a woman? You mean I'm a female, right?" The woman's voice was cold. Hearing this, Hanley smiled wryly and didn't respond immediately. Instead, he slowly collected the flying sword hovering above his head and said, "Regardless of whether you're male or female, you should tell me your origin." "My origin? Am I not just the spirit of the treasure in your hand?" The white fox half squatted, looking at Hanley with a calm expression. "Of course, I know you're the spirit of the treasure. But I've never heard of a treasure spirit being able to possess someone." Hanley frowned, his voice turning cold. "That just shows how ignorant you are. Am I not an example?" The white fox seemed to curl its lip, speaking indifferently. Hanley was silent for a moment after hearing this. But after a while, he suddenly raised the jade scepter in his hand and started to examine it closely. "What are you going to do?" The white fox's eyes instantly showed a wary look, staring coldly at Hanley. "Nothing, I'm just curious. Now that you've successfully possessed this fox body, this jade scepter is probably useless. But if I were to smash it, I wonder what would happen." Hanley sighed, speaking calmly. Upon hearing this, the white fox's expression changed dramatically. It glared at Hanley with a vicious look, but then seemed to recall something and suddenly calmed down. "You don't need to test me. Indeed, if you destroy this jade scepter, my spirit will also vanish. As a spirit, I am bound to this scepter, the white fox said flatly. Then its body flashed with silver light, and an enormous aura descended upon the white fox. Han Li's heart tightened, and his face immediately showed a wary expression. Don't worry. It's just inconvenient for me to talk to you in this beast form. I'll transform into human form now, the white fox said coldly, glancing at Han Li. Hearing this, Han Li was slightly taken aback, but then relaxed a little. At this moment, the white fox's body emitted a dazzling silver light. Han Li instinctively took 2 steps back. In the silver light, the white fox quickly transformed into the alluring form of a naked woman. When she stood up, Han Li noticed that aside from her eyes changing from green to clear black, her appearance remained exactly the same as before she was possessed. It seemed that the human form of a beast, once set, could not be changed. As Han Li pondered this, the woman instinctively covered her private parts with her hands. After hesitating for a moment, she spoke somewhat awkwardly. "Do you have any clothes? I'm not very used to this." Han Li was slightly taken aback. Then, without a word, he took out a spare garment from his storage bag and threw it to her. Seeing this, Han Li's expression shifted slightly. The woman's every move exuded an indescribable elegance, more refined and graceful than any noble lady. It was hard to believe she had once been a silver wolf demon. After she calmly dressed, she raised her face and slowly said to Han Li, "You can call me Silver Moon. As for my origin, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but I simply can't remember. As you might know, once a demon's soul is refined into a treasure spirit, it should lose all consciousness and only obey the commands of the master of the vessel. But for some reason, ever since I gained awareness, I vaguely remember parts of my previous life. Although the memories are sparse, they allow me to have some degree of autonomy. I vaguely recall being a member of the Silver Moon Wolf clan. I took the name Silver Moon for myself because of this. As for my original name, I can't remember it," the woman explained as she gracefully walked a few steps, seemingly adapting to her new body. The Silver Moon Wolf clan. I've never seen any records mentioning such a beast, Han Li said, rubbing his chin with a flash of doubt in his eyes. These are just fragmented memories. Maybe I remembered wrong, Silver Moon said softly, her delicate eyebrows furrowing. Hearing this, Han Li fell silent. All right, even if Silver Moon doesn't remember her origin, how can a treasure spirit possess someone? Don't tell me all treasure spirits have this ability, or the cultivation world would be in chaos. Han Li pondered for a moment, then asked solemnly, "Do you think I can possess just any body?" The woman retorted with a cold smile. "What do you mean by that?" Han Li's eyes narrowed as he stared at the woman. "The technique I used earlier isn't exactly possession. It's a natural ability of our Silver Moon clan, soul devouring. It involves my spirit attacking the spirit and soul of others. Once their soul is devoured or forcibly expelled from their body, we Silver Moon can temporarily reside in the new body. But the time can't be too long, or the spirit will be assimilated by the body and unable to leave. This ability is a double-edged sword." Our clan's spiritual sense isn't inherently stronger than other demon clans, so if we encounter a foe with a particularly strong spirit, we risk our own lives. So it's rarely used. But for me, without a physical body, it doesn't matter, Silver Moon said calmly, revealing something that shocked Han Li. Seeing Han Li's shocked expression and about to ask something, she continued, "Don't ask me about the details of soul devouring. I don't know either. It seems like something I was born knowing. But don't worry, there are many strict limitations on this technique. It's not something that can be used casually. Also, I'm not in my original Silver Moon form. As a treasure spirit, using this ability is almost impossible. If I hadn't encountered this four-eyed spirit fox, I wouldn't have been able to possess it. Otherwise, why would I have stayed in the Jade Scepter for so long? In my memory, these four-eyed spirit foxes seem to be naturally restrained by our Silver Moon clan. Additionally, this fox's body had already been possessed once by the corpse demon's spirit, so it wasn't in its original state. That's how I managed to succeed, Silver Moon explained calmly. Four-eyed spirit fox, isn't this just a snow cloud fox? Han Li asked, puzzled, as he didn't see anything unusual about her eyes. Four-eyed spirit foxes only show their true form when their cultivation is complete. Their innate magic eyes are more terrifying than our clan's soul-devouring. They can kill with a glance. But from the outside, they look almost identical to snow cloud foxes. However, when they use their abilities, they are easily recognized by someone like me. Silver Moon smiled slightly, exuding a charming allure. The fox's cultivation was at the level of a 7th-level beast. Isn't that complete? And if its cultivation hadn't reached the 8th level, why could it transform into human form early? Also, your and the fox's cultivation fluctuated greatly before and after possession. Don't tell me you can hide your cultivation like the fox, Han Li asked, voicing his doubts. You have many questions, don't you? But it's been so long since I talked to anyone, so I don't mind. I don't know why the fox could transform early. Maybe the corpse demon used some technique to temporarily graft some of its power onto the fox, causing the fluctuation in cultivation. The fox's real power is still that of a low-level beast, and because of restrictions, it couldn't stray far from the corpse demon. As for my human form, I used a similar technique to temporarily raise my power to the level of a 7th or even 8th level beast. But this power will fade, and I'll revert to my beast form. Transforming again will take at least a month, Silver Moon explained, making Han Li understand. Han Li didn't ask further, and instead pondered her words. After a long while, he calmly said, "Although your words didn't fully clarify everything, they did explain most of it. Now I'll ask you one more thing, Silver Moon. What are you planning to do next now that you have a body?" Hearing this intriguing question, Silver Moon smiled slightly. "If I say I plan to leave you and cultivate on my own, will you try to kill me?" she asked with a smile. "Based on your performance today with the techniques and divine abilities, were you intentionally allowing me to capture you in the Void Heaven Hall so I could obtain the Jade Ruyi?" Han Li raised his eyebrows and asked, without directly answering the woman. Silver Moon, was momentarily stunned by this question, but then smiled with a glint in her eye. As the spirit of the Jade Rui, I cannot sustain the use of the host artifact for long-distance flight. To leave the Void Heaven Hall, I needed a cultivator to carry the Rui out. When you captured me that day, I didn't resist with full strength. Moreover, breaking out of the Void Heaven cauldron had significantly drained my cultivation. Even if I had fought desperately, I would have eventually fallen into the hands of those nascent soul cultivators. Between them and a core formation cultivator, I'd rather be in the hands of the latter. Silver Moon explained with a smile. That day, there were other core formation cultivators besides me. Why did you choose me? Han Li asked, still cautious. You mean the Wu surname youth and the ghost cultivator who both died fighting over the Void Heaven cauldron. Silver Moon responded, her expression shifting slightly. Yes. I found them distasteful, one filled with ghostly energy, the other grotesquely thin and ugly. Although you're not particularly handsome, you were at least tolerable to look at. Is that reason enough? Silver Moon smirked, her words a mix of seriousness and jest. Han Li couldn't help but laugh at this. If you don't want to say more, I won't force you. I have one more important question. After I took the Jade Rui out of the Void Heaven Hall, did you observe all my actions from the storage bag? Han Li's voice turned cold, and the room's temperature seemed to drop. Yes, I saw everything you did, including your mysterious small bottle. The woman's smile faded, replaced by a serious expression. Han Li's face darkened, even though he had partially anticipated this. He stared coldly at the woman, deep in thought. Are you planning to kill me to silence me? If those major sects knew about such a treasure, you wouldn't have a place in this world. Silver Moon continued, seemingly unfazed by Han Li's cold demeanor. Han Li narrowed his eyes, his gaze becoming sharp. Since you know so much, aren't you afraid I'll destroy your host artifact, killing you completely? Or do you have some other means to make me incapable of killing you? Han Li spoke with a murderous aura. With your current abilities and treasures, even if I hadn't performed the soul-devouring technique, I wouldn't be a match for you. Now, after the soul-devouring, my cultivation has greatly diminished. If we fought, I would have at most a 30% chance of winning. Besides, my life depends on the host artifact in your possession. Destroying me is just a thought away for you. Silver Moon replied calmly. Han Li snorted but said nothing. The woman continued. I'm pleased you haven't killed me immediately. You may not be a paragon of virtue, but you clearly distinguish between grievances and gratitude. If I hadn't protected you from that demon fox's strike, you wouldn't be giving me this chance. Silver Moon smiled faintly. Even if I give you a chance, if you can't convince me, I'll still act. I can't let anyone who knows about the small bottle exist beyond my control. Han Li coldly admitted. Very well, that's exactly what I wanted. If you weren't decisive, you wouldn't have survived this long in the cultivation world. I wouldn't have saved you if you didn't have such qualities. After all, I wouldn't want my new master to die immediately. Silver Moon said with admiration. Master, do you think acknowledging me as your master will save you? Han Li asked skeptically. Of course, it's not that simple. As far as I know, your green bamboo cloud-splitting sword lacks a spirit. I can transfer my main soul from the Ruyi and temporarily act as the spirit for your sword. This would not only enhance your treasure's power, but also put my life truly in your hands. As your spirit, any ill intentions I have towards you would be sensed by you, and I wouldn't be able to wander far. You need not worry about me escaping, Silver Moon explained. Han Li frowned, thinking deeply before asking. Can a spirit detach from its host artifact? Even if it can, why would you willingly become my spirit? Ordinary spirits cannot, but I'm different. With your help, I can detach willingly. It will be painful, but worth it. My goal is to gain true freedom after obtaining a physical body. This may sound contradictory, but serving you as a spirit is a means to that end. Silver Moon sighed. What do you mean? Explain in detail. Han Li's interest was piqued. I'm not entirely sure, but my residual memory suggests that if I regain a physical body and cultivate a certain secret technique, I can gain freedom when you reach the legendary transformation stage and enter another realm. Until then, I'll serve you. If you die or near the end of your life, I'll seek another master. But with your treasure, I believe you're most likely to fulfill my wish. Silver Moon revealed. Han Li pondered deeply for a long time before finally exhaling and saying, Whether true or false, I have no better way to control you. Since you're willing to be my spirit, I'll accept. But I'll place a temporary restriction on you first. Transforming a spirit isn't a quick task, and I need time to prepare. How far can you be from your host artifact without issue? I can currently move within a 100-mile radius of you. As my new body's cultivation grows, this range will increase. Silver Moon answered obediently. And if you exceed this range, Han Li asked seriously, I'll be automatically summoned back by the artifact. But don't worry, I know a secret technique to temporarily seal my body in a spirit beast bag. When needed, you can release me for tasks or battles. I can fight as a spirit or in this demon fox body, depending on the situation. Silver Moon responded. Han Li was satisfied with this answer and nodded. All right, in that case, I'll. Not good. My spiritual power is exhausted. I can't maintain human form. Silver Moon interrupted, her face changing. She transformed back into the small white fox, now wrapped in Han Li's oversized clothing. Han Li smiled wryly at this, but quickly performed a spell, sending several blue threads of light into the fox, placing a temporary restriction on it. All right, we'll do as Brother Han suggests. But what about this corpse monster? How do you intend to deal with it? The white fox transmitted her thoughts to Han Li using telepathy. I'll first try to see if the devouring gold worms can devour it. If not, it doesn't matter. Let this creature fend for itself. Besides, I've taken away the jade box that may contain its main soul. It won't be able to cause much trouble. Han Li glanced at the corpse monster covered in green fur and said indifferently. Then he slapped his waist with one hand, and a spirit beast pouch flew into the air. Countless devouring gold worms swarmed out, transforming into a cloud of three-colored insects, several zhang in size, landing on the corpse monster. Soon, the sound of gnawing rose, but Han Li coldly watched for a moment, only to see some of the devouring gold worms suddenly turning over one by one, their originally three-colored shells instantly turning into a verdant hue. What powerful corpse poison! Han Li's expression changed slightly as he murmured. Then, after hesitating for a moment, he hummed a light tune, and all the insects flew up again, returning to the spirit beast pouch. The corpse poison on the corpse monster, although it may not rank among the top 10 poisons in the world, is definitely something your incompletely evolved devouring gold worms can't resist. The white fox turned her eyes around and said. Han Li snorted, coldly glancing at the corpse monster, his brow furrowed. This creature's body was tough, probably even stronger than the poison dragon back then. Its flesh was barely scratched by the devouring gold worms. According to this method of gnawing, it would probably take the sacrifice of 80 to 90% of the three-colored devouring gold worms to completely destroy this creature's body. Han Li naturally wouldn't make such an unprofitable deal. "Let's go," Han Li said without hesitation. "That's all we can do. Leaving behind this corpse monster may have another use in the future." The white fox nodded and then emitted a gleam of light, summoning a small yellow wolf. As soon as the small wolf appeared, it immediately opened its mouth towards Han Li and the white fox, enveloping them in a yellow light, and suddenly disappeared from the stone chamber. Outside the cliff, Senior Brother Wang and others stood anxiously, their faces showing worry. They didn't have any earth escape techniques, so they could only wait here for Han Li's return. "Senior Brother, do you think Junior Brother Han will succeed?" Kua Huan couldn't help but ask Senior Brother Wang with impatience. The other two also looked over with concern. Obviously, they all trusted Senior Brother Wang's judgment quite a bit. It's hard to say. Logically speaking, with Junior Brother Han's cultivation at the 10th layer of the Qi condensation stage, it's not easy to catch up with this fox demon. But Junior Brother Han has quite a few mysterious magical treasures on him, so there might be a pleasant surprise in store for us. No matter what the result is, there's nothing surprising about it. Senior Brother Wang pondered for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Upon hearing this, Kua Huan and the other two exchanged glances, also showing concern. After a sigh, the stout young man waved his injured hand, as if wanting to say something. But at that moment, the cliff suddenly flashed with light, and in a burst of yellow light, Han Li appeared carrying the white fox. "Han Junior Brother, you really caught this little thing." The group immediately rejoiced and surrounded them, everyone talking excitedly, their faces showing excitement. "It's nothing, this fox demon is quite cunning. It actually set up a trap inside. If it weren't for its own dwindling spiritual power at the end, I'm afraid we wouldn't have caught it so quickly," Han Li said with a faint smile, raising his hand and throwing the white fox to Kua Huan opposite him. Under Qi Huan's stunned gaze, he immediately caught it with joy. Qi, junior brother, be careful, don't let it escape again, the stout young man on the side hurriedly reminded. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Qi Huan replied confidently as he put the white fox into a green leather bag he took out of his storage pouch and tied the bag tightly in 3 quick motions. Hee, with this green cloud bag, let's see where you'll run this time. Qi Huan tied the bag mouth quickly, showing a proud look. Han Li glanced at the leather bag a few times, seeing that it was only a low-grade magical tool, and didn't care much. By catching this demon beast this time, thanks to junior brother Han's help, we are not ungrateful people. How about this? When the fox demon is sold at a good price, junior brother Han will take 30% of the proceeds alone. The rest will be divided equally among the 4 of us. What do you think? Senior brother Wang, with a sincere expression, said to Han Li. Han Li smiled slightly when he heard this, knowing that the other party recognized his strength and had genuinely formed a bond with him. So he nodded without hesitation and said, "Everything is up to senior brother Wang's decision. I have no objections." Although the other 3 were a bit reluctant, as it meant fewer spirit stones for them, they also knew that without Han Li's help, they would have returned empty-handed this time. So no one raised any objections. After exchanging a few polite words with them, Han Li immediately took his leave, making an excuse that he had something to do, and parted ways with the 4 of them, flying alone towards the direction of the sect. After discussing among themselves, senior brother Wang and the others decided to seize the opportunity and headed straight for a market in the middle of Yunmeng Mountain. There were many disciples from various sects mixed there, and it was estimated that they could sell the snow cloud fox for a high price. So, in high spirits, the 3 of them left the swamp in the opposite direction from Han Li. Not far from where Han Li left, he casually found a small hill and landed. Then, he sat cross-legged on a mountain rock, closed his eyes, and rested. With the jade Ruyi in his possession, the white fox would be able to sense its location and come on its own. About half an hour later, Han Li's expression changed, and he opened his eyes. Almost at the same time, a yellow light flashed in front of him, and the white fox emerged calmly. "Your movements aren't slow." Han Li glanced at the white fox and said nonchalantly, "It's not that I'm fast, it's that those few people actually used a low-grade spiritual tool to capture me. They really underestimated me. Right now, those guys probably haven't even realized I'm gone." The white fox raised its head and said with a smile, a hint of playfulness in its eyes. However, by doing this, those few disciples of the falling cloud sect have wasted their efforts. If there's a chance, let's give them some benefits later, Han Li said expressionlessly. If that's the case, these few people are actually benefiting from a misfortune. The white fox shook its head and said leisurely, "Well, enough of the nonsense. Transform into a smaller form and hide in my sleeve. Let's go back now," Han Li said, shaking his sleeve. The white fox didn't hesitate and quickly shrank its form in a silver light, then leaped into Han Li's sleeve. With the restriction placed on the white fox, Han Li wasn't afraid of any ill-intentioned schemes. They flew away confidently. Instead of directly returning to his cave, Han Li took the white fox to the main peak of the falling cloud sect. To refine a spiritual tool, he needed several materials and some special auxiliary items. The market under the mountain peak should have what he needed. He planned to start this task as soon as he returned to the cave. Without refining this self-proclaimed silver moon into a spiritual tool, he wouldn't be at ease. The trip to purchase materials went smoothly for Han Li. He casually found a raw material shop and bought everything he needed. Although these items were not commonly seen, they weren't considered rare or precious either. So no one questioned Han Li's purpose for buying them. Satisfied with the materials, Han Li flew towards the medicinal garden with the white fox. However, when he arrived above the medicinal garden, he found two people waiting for him outside the restriction. One was Kui Huan, wearing a troubled expression, and the other was senior brother Wang with a grim face. Seeing this, Han Li sighed inwardly. He knew why these two were here, but on the surface, he pretended not to know and landed not far from them. Senior brother Wang and Kui Huan exchanged a glance upon seeing Han Li's return, both showing embarrassed expressions. "Why did you come back so soon, fellow Taoists? Did you sell the snow cloud fox?" Han Li asked calmly as he approached. "Well, our senior brothers and I are afraid we have let fellow Taoist Han down." Senior brother Wang hesitated for a moment before smiling bitterly at Han Li. "Oh, what happened? Did something go wrong with the snow cloud fox?" Han Li asked, causing the two opposite him to jump in surprise. "Fellow Taoist Han, how did you know about this?" Kui Huan asked in astonishment, widening his eyes. After listening to Kui Huan's words, Han Li smiled faintly and said calmly, "The only benefit between me and the two senior brothers is related to that monster fox. If it's not about that, what else could it be?" Han Li's expression seemed extremely composed. Upon hearing this, Kui Huan opened his mouth but seemed speechless. On the other hand, senior brother Wang sighed and said, "Brother Han is indeed exceptionally intelligent. It was indeed a mistake with that snow cloud fox. We, senior brothers, wanted to sell the monster beast earlier. So, after parting ways with brother Han, we went to the market. But after walking a short distance, I felt uneasy. So I asked Kui Junior brother to open the Biyun bag and check. The result." At this point, senior brother Wang paused, revealing a strange expression on his face. "The result is that the monster fox disappeared without a trace from the Biyun bag, which is quite bizarre." Kui Huan lamented anxiously. "No trace." Han Li furrowed his brows lightly, pondering as if considering the true meaning behind these words. Seeing Han Li's thoughtful expression, senior brother Wang couldn't help but feel extremely troubled. Although Han Li's cultivation level wasn't high, he was proficient in talisman making and possessed several mysterious artifacts. Therefore, senior brother Wang had already decided to make friends with him. But before they could formally establish a relationship, this embarrassing incident occurred. If he had sufficient resources himself, he could have been generous and covered Han Li's share with spirit stones to leave a good impression. However, both he and several fellow disciples were short on spirit stones. Even if they wanted to win Han Li's favor, it seemed difficult now. Thinking of this, a look of dismay flashed across senior brother Wang's face. However, he forced himself to maintain composure and said, "I understand that this situation may seem unbelievable, but it truly happened. Regardless, since Brother Han entrusted the spiritual fox to us personally, and it has suddenly vanished, I owe Brother Han an explanation. I've already instructed the others to sell the yellow ginseng and will soon send the spirit stones owed to Brother Han. As for the spirit stones you were supposed to receive, once we have enough, we will promptly make up for it." As senior brother Wang spoke, Kui Huan's expression changed, and he anxiously interjected, "Brother. For us, this is quite a significant amount. Even if we all contribute, it will still take 2 or 3 years. During this time, without spirit stones to buy pills, it will delay our cultivation." Senior brother Wang shook his head, seemingly wanting to say something. However, at this moment, Han Li suddenly spoke up. "Why bother, senior brothers? I don't recall saying that I don't believe you. The snow cloud fox is skilled in escape techniques, so it's not surprising that it vanished from the Biyun bag. I initially wanted to remind junior brother Kui, but I felt it was inappropriate to say so, hence remained silent. As for the matter of the spirit stones, there's no need to mention it. Just return the borrowed ones, and that will be sufficient. I haven't suffered any loss," Han Li said with a smile. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Kui Huan immediately showed great joy and applauded. "I knew brother is a magnanimous person. Although this matter was our fault, we truly have no spirit stones on hand. With Brother Han's background, I believe you won't mind this amount. Brother Han, I consider you a friend from now on." This remark made Kui Huan happy, since he didn't need to produce any spirit stones. However, senior brother Wang, upon hearing Han Li's words, showed a hesitant expression on his face. After a while, he smiled bitterly. "Brother Han, for being so magnanimous, I, on behalf of my fellow disciples, am grateful for your understanding. If you ever need any help in the future, don't hesitate to ask us. As long as it's within our capabilities, we won't refuse." Although senior brother Wang's words sounded polite, his true thoughts might be different. Therefore, he tried his best to express himself tactfully to leave a not-too-bad impression on Han Li. After speaking, he deliberately observed Han Li's expression. However, Han Li remained calm and showed no signs of joy or anger, which made senior brother Wang furrow his brows inwardly. The three of them chatted outside the medicinal garden for a while. Soon, the two stout youths flew over with their magical treasures and brought the spirit stones obtained from reselling the yellow ginseng to the market. After receiving the bag of spirit stones and casually scanning them with his spiritual sense, Han Li calmly put them away. "Oh, by the way, Brother Han, Your artifacts seem quite remarkable. Are you planning to participate in the sword trial conference half a year from now? Senior brother Wang, who intended to take his leave after Han Li accepted the spirit stones, suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but ask. Sword trial conference. Han Li was momentarily surprised and asked with a puzzled expression. Why, Brother Han, are you unaware of this event? This time, not only senior brother Wang was surprised, but even Kui Huan and the others showed incredulous expressions. Han Li felt a bit puzzled and calmly replied, Is it strange that I don't know about this? Of course, it's strange. Oh, that's right. Brother Han joined less than a year ago and has been staying in the medicinal garden. It's understandable if you don't know about the sword trial conference, Kui Huan blinked and said, suddenly realizing. After hearing this, everyone looked at each other and nodded, feeling that this was indeed the case. It's surprising that Brother Han is unaware of the sword trial conference. After all, the event is approaching soon. It's a hot topic within the sect, and both internal and external disciples are discussing it. Some aspiring individuals are eagerly anticipating it. Senior brother Wang said with a hint of strangeness before sighing lightly. Speaking of which, several talented young cultivators from our sect will be participating in the event. There's senior Uncle Gu from our Hidden Sword Peak, junior brother Sun Huo from Fire Cloud Peak, who recently succeeded in Foundation establishment shortly after joining the sect, and senior Uncle Mew from your Heavenly Spring Peak. They are all highly anticipated to shine at the conference. Unfortunately, although external disciples can participate in the sect's selection, none of us have ever won a spot to represent the sect. At most, we achieve good rankings in the selection and receive a mid-grade magical treasure as a reward, the chubby youth explained with a hint of admiration. Oh, if internal selection fails, there's a reward of magical treasures. It seems this conference is quite unusual. Brother Wang, could you please elaborate? Han Li's curiosity was piqued and he asked. Of course, no problem. This sword trial conference is actually a grand event specifically prepared for newly admitted disciples by the three sects of Yunmeng Mountain. Basically, regardless of one's status, as long as they are under 30 years old and at or below the foundation establishment stage, they can participate. Brother Han, you seem to be around 25 or 26, so you're just the right fit, senior brother Wang assessed Han Li and said slowly. Is that so? But in that case, it seems that there won't be too many disciples eligible to participate, Han Li said thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Brother's words do make some sense. The convening of this sword trial conference is actually closely related to the management of the sacred tree by the three sects. Sacred tree. Han Li was initially stunned by this revelation, but then he understood that the other party was referring to the spiritual eye tree on Yunmeng Mountain. Suddenly, his previously lazy expression disappeared, replaced by a solemn one. What does the sword trial conference have to do with this spiritual object? Han Li asked in a deep voice. The sword trial conference is actually held in advance of the day, when the sacred tree is supposed to exude its pure liquid. It's also a way for our falling cloud sect, ancient sword sect, and myriad skills sect to divide the spiritual liquid among themselves. Any sect that outperforms the other two at the sword trial conference can take half of the liquid's portion for themselves, while the remaining two sects have to split the other half. Therefore, although the sword trial conference is nominally a competition for new disciples, all the sects take it very seriously. If someone achieves great success at the conference, they will naturally receive great attention from the elders of their sect, and the benefits in the future are countless. Senior Brother Wang explained the origin of the sword trial conference in one breath. After a slight pause, he continued solemnly. Of course, even without considering the future benefits, the rewards for outperforming other disciples at the sword trial conference are extremely generous. Not only will the top few participants receive top-grade magical treasures, but the winner will also receive an additional reward of a fixed spirit pill. Although this pill is of no use to us low-level disciples, by trading it with higher-level cultivators, you can easily exchange it for 3 or 4 top-grade magical treasures. However, it seems that since our sect moved to Yunmeng Mountain, the ancient sword sect has always dominated the competition. We and the disciples of Myriad Skills sect have always been inferior to them, but that's understandable. After all, the ancient sword sect is a sect of sword cultivators, and their techniques and swords are exceptionally sharp. It's extremely difficult for cultivators of the same level to surpass sword cultivators. Senior Brother Wang's final words seemed to express both complaint and envy. According to what Senior Wang said, in this event, Qi refining and foundation establishment disciples will compete together. Han Li frowned, suddenly asking, "Yes, that's right. The sword trial conference indeed doesn't make any distinction between Qi refining and foundation establishment disciples. They compete together." Senior Wang nodded and replied, "In that case, wouldn't it be somewhat unfair to the Qi refining disciples?" Han Li, feeling a bit incredulous, questioned. The sword trial conference, originally intended to compare the cultivation levels of various sects' foundation establishment disciples, with Qi refining disciples being just an addition. However, to not dampen the enthusiasm of low-level disciples, there's also no prohibition against outer sect and low-level disciples participating. However, since the event began, it's not uncommon for Qi refining disciples to defeat foundation establishment opponents and enter the top 10, Senior Wang said with a slight smile, meaningfully looking at Han Li. Qi refining disciples entering the top 10. Could it be that their magical items are very powerful? Han Li immediately understood part of what was being implied. He, Junior Brother is clever. I don't need to say it, and you already know the key points. Among the 3 sects, those foundation establishment seniors all have descendants or relatives. Sometimes, to ensure good rankings for their close ones, they naturally offer many powerful magical items for them to use. Consequently, it's not surprising for some foundation establishment cultivators without suitable magical items to lose when encountering these individuals. Kui Huan explained, shaking his head. Hearing this, Han Li's expression became even more doubtful. Listening to both of you, could it be that achieving a good rank in the conference has other benefits? Otherwise, just for magical items, why would these people go through so much trouble to participate? After pondering for a moment, Han Li asked. What junior brother said is absolutely correct. Even if I didn't ask this question, I was thinking about it. In fact, what's most attractive about the sword trial conference to us isn't the rewards given beforehand. It's the opportunity to cleanse one's eyes after entering the top 10. It's said that using the first drop of pure essence from the sacred tree, along with other precious materials, can concoct the legendary minking spirit water. If you wipe it on your eyes, although it won't increase your cultivation, it will grant your eyes extraordinary abilities, far beyond imagination. That's why they desperately want to enter the top 10. If it weren't for this benefit, some disciples from major families or those with elders in the sect wouldn't find it attractive. After all, although the fixed spirit pill is precious, there's only one, Senior Wang explained slowly, revealing the greatest benefit of the sword trial conference for individuals. Minking spirit water. Han Li raised his eyebrows and murmured. Han Li had seen the name of this spirit water in many ancient texts, but he never expected that the 3 sects of Yunmeng Mountain would be able to brew it. This was really beyond his expectations and quite tempting. However, even without mentioning the preciousness of the first drop of essence from the sacred tree, other ingredients used in the concoction are also extremely rare. It's said that it uses several thousand-year-old spirit herbs. Unfortunately, the miraculous effect of this eye clearing is only effective for chi refining and foundation establishment lower-level cultivators. Otherwise, they wouldn't be willing to offer it as a reward, Kui Huan said enviously, adding his thoughts. After hearing this, Han Li had a rough understanding of the sword trial conference. For more specific details, he planned to investigate personally. After all, since it involved the fixed spirit pill and minking spirit water, he wouldn't easily let it go. Next, after chatting a few more times about the sword trial conference with Senior Wang and the others, Han Li bid farewell and left. Watching the figures of several people departing, turning into black dots, Han Li's expression became serious. Instead of returning to his cave, he stood outside the medicinal garden, deep in thought. Why is Brother Han tempted? I wonder if it's the fixed spirit pill or the minking spirit water. Suddenly, a soft voice of the white fox came from his sleeve. Why can't I want both? Han Li raised his head, speaking without reservation. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, the little fox leaped out and quickly returned to its original size. Hee, Brother Han, you're quite greedy, but it's also good. Regardless of the fixed spirit pill or the spirit water, they are indeed very practical items. Missing this opportunity, it would be difficult to obtain them later, the white fox said gracefully, tilting its slender neck. I don't need you to say that. I'm aware of it. Now come with me back to the cave. Before considering this sword trial conference, finish your matter first. Han Li's voice sounded somewhat cold. Then, He turned and walked towards the direction of the cave. Seeing this, the white fox revealed a slight smile in its eyes and followed behind without saying a word. Upon entering the cave within the stone mountain, Han Li immediately began the process of instilling spirits into his treasures. As the azure bamboo wasp cloud sword was about to acquire a spirit, its power would naturally increase significantly, which made Han Li slightly excited. Originally, the chances of successfully instilling a spirit into a magical treasure were pitifully small due to the fierce resistance of demonic beast souls. However, since the original body of this one was the silver moon demon spirit of a silver-colored giant wolf, willing to voluntarily reside in Han Li's treasure, the difficulty would naturally not be great. But removing the opponent's main soul from the jade scepter was a tricky matter. Fortunately, the white fox seemed quite confident in handling it, insisting that it could handle it on its own. Upon hearing this, Han Li naturally felt relieved. So he followed the guidance of the white fox and drew a strange array in a quiet room, placing both the jade scepter and the white fox inside before leisurely coming out. The quiet room was under a soundproof prohibition, so Han Li didn't know how Silver Moon managed to leave the jade scepter, nor did he intend to eavesdrop. Because the other party should be well aware of the consequences of being unable to remove the main soul. Next, Han Li didn't idle either. He went to the adjacent quiet room and began to prepare for other matters related to instilling spirits. Half a day later, when Han Li had everything prepared and felt that the time was right, he pushed open the stone door of the adjacent quiet room without hesitation. Glancing at the situation inside the stone chamber, Han Li's expression changed. In the center of the stone chamber, the array still contained the jade scepter and the white fox. However, the light on the scepter had dimmed considerably, and the white fox beside it was wet and messy, as if it had rolled on the ground, with a tired and exhausted look in its fox eyes. Seeing Han Li enter, Silver Moon didn't move a muscle, nor did it speak, as if it had no strength to even speak. How did it go? Was it smooth? Han Li's face softened, gently asking. Although it was agonizingly difficult, I managed to endure it. Are your preparations on your end almost done? Without a host vessel, I can't stay in this white fox body for too long. We must merge with your magical treasure immediately, otherwise my spirit will dissipate. Silver Moon's voice was extremely weak, but it still forced itself to speak. Upon hearing this, Han Li nodded, and without further hesitation, he bent down and gently lifted the white fox with both hands, carrying it out of the quiet room and into the adjacent one. Once inside the stone chamber, Han Li immediately closed the stone door, and silence fell within. 3 days later, outside the medicine garden, a red light transformed into a transmission talisman flew in. This red light plunged into the thick fog and disappeared without a trace. After more than an hour, a cyan light flashed in the thick fog, revealing Han Li's figure. He glanced up at the sky, stroked his chin, raised his hand to release a flying sword, and then immediately controlled it to head towards the Tianquan peak. Han Xing, judging from the meaning of that transmission talisman, it seems that all the disciples of the Tianquan peak have been summoned there. Could it be for the sword trial conference? Suddenly, Silver Moon's clear voice echoed in Han Li's mind. I'm not sure. However, even someone like me, who is almost forgotten, received a transmission talisman personally sent by the Peak Master. It seems that even if it's not for the sword trial conference, there must be some urgent matter. Han Li replied calmly with his divine sense. Han Xing, if you really participate in such a junior competition, even if you don't reveal your cultivation, winning the championship will definitely be an easy task. But by then, it may arouse the suspicion of high-level cultivators. If things go wrong, even nascent soul cultivators from the 3 factions may pay attention. It might not be worth the risk. Silver Moon reminded softly. I am aware of this. When have I ever said that I will definitely participate in this so-called conference? Even if I participate, I will never win the championship. You can rest assured. Before I form my nascent soul, I won't let anyone notice me. Han Li replied calmly without changing his expression. It seems that Silver Moon has spoken too much. With Han Xing's experiences, such trivial matters naturally don't need to be reminded by a little woman like me. Silver Moon chuckled lightly. Although it was just a voice, it still revealed a hint of coquetry. Hearing this, Han Li couldn't help but sigh. Although this one claims to be from the Silver Moon Wolf clan, why does it feel like the other party is even more coquettish than that fox? And since becoming his spirit, it seems to know that Han Li won't do anything to it again. If it were attached to the white fox, it would practice diligently. But once it became a spirit, hiding within the flying sword, it would keep talking to him endlessly. It seems that all the loneliness it experienced in the Jade Scepter has been vented out in these few days. This made Han Li quite a headache. He used to think that this woman was more refined and gentle than a typical noble woman. I have translated the passage. Let me know if you need anything else. Just when Han Li was feeling a bit speechless about Silver Moon, she spoke again. I've always been a bit puzzled. Since the Ming and Qing clear spirit water has no effect on cultivators above the foundation establishment stage, why does Brother Han still want to obtain it? The woman's words carried a hint of doubt. That's because those people from Hidden Sword Peak got something wrong. The Ming and Qing clear spirit water isn't completely ineffective for high-level cultivators. It's just that after high-level cultivators undergo the marrow cleansing scripture, their eyes naturally gain the ability to see through simple illusions and mists to some extent. So just a slight cleaning of the eyes naturally won't show any effect. If we let foundation establishment cultivators like us have extraordinary abilities in our eyes, even if we give a drop of refined spirit water made from that one droplet of pure liquid to a high-level cultivator, it might not be enough. In this case, it's better to benefit some lower-level cultivators with more obvious effects. Han Li's mouth curled slightly into a faint smile as he responded to her question. How does Brother Han know about this? Silver Moon's voice sounded slightly surprised. It's nothing. I read about it in an ancient book back in the chaotic star sea. It shouldn't be false. Han Li replied. Could it be that brother Han intends to? Silver Moon's voice trailed off. That's right. I intend to seize this opportunity to approach the Spirit Eye tree and see if I can obtain its spiritual roots. Then I'll go back and ripen it with a small bottle. By then, I should be able to obtain as much Ming and Qing clear spirit water and settling spirit pills as I want. Of course, I'll also find a way to obtain the formulas for both. Hanley spoke calmly and unhurriedly. Brother Han's method is indeed a one-time solution. In this way, as long as you enter the top 10, it will be enough. Although it's a bit abrupt, it's much safer than winning the championship. Silver Moon agreed. Just as Han Li was about to say something else, he suddenly glanced to the side and couldn't help but exclaim softly. In the distance on one side, a red glow shot through the air, faintly enveloping a graceful woman with a face like a peach blossom and a cold demeanor. It was the woman with the Mew surname who had placed him in the medicine garden and no longer bothered with him. As the woman approached, she also saw Han Li, and a surprised expression appeared on her beautiful face. But then her expression returned to normal, and she slowed down, stopping beside Han Li. You also received the transmission to go to Tianquan Peak, the woman said coldly. Yes, Senior Mew. Do you know what's going on? Why did the Peak Master summon all the disciples? Han Li replied calmly. I don't know, but it should be related to the Sword Trial Conference. The Mew surname woman replied briefly, then glanced at the flying sword under Han Li's feet and frowned suddenly. Although your flying sword is a high-grade magical weapon, it's not a specialized flying magical weapon. Let me take you there with the heavenly star belt to save time. With that, the woman's red belt-shaped magical tool suddenly swelled and turned into a red glow that enveloped Han Li's head. Seeing this, Han Li was surprised but didn't resist. He allowed the woman to pull him onto her flying magical tool, wrapped in the red light, and flew away together. Have you been practicing the profound ice technique I gave you? Although practicing this technique won't enhance your basic cultivation, once you achieve some proficiency, you'll be able to use several powerful water attribute spells. When you reach the foundation establishment stage, this technique can even smoothly transition into your main cultivation technique. Practicing it more won't harm you. The woman flew on her magical tool while sweeping a glance at Han Li, saying expressionlessly. Listening to this, Han Li could only nod and say that he had practiced a little. If the other party wanted to see, he could easily imitate some water attribute spells with his cultivation level. Fortunately, it seemed that the woman was just casually asking and didn't say anything else afterwards. So Han Li, smelling the faint fragrance emanating from the woman, was brought by her all the way to Tianquan Peak. Silver Moon knew it wasn't the time to speak to Han Li now. Since the Mew surname woman arrived, she had quieted down in Han Li's mind. Just as the two were about to approach Tianquan Peak, Han Li, standing behind the woman, glanced up at the sky. After a moment, A green light descended from the sky and intercepted the woman's flying light, stopping the two of them. Sister Mew, it's been a long time since I last saw you. I don't know what Sister Mew has been busy with lately. Brother has sent countless transmission talismans. Why hasn't Sister Mew replied to a single one? In Han Li's surprised gaze, the brilliance on the opposite side receded to reveal a man in his 30s with pointed ears and a monkey-like face. It was the Yan surname cultivator who had once stopped Han Li and other new disciples, intending to recruit 2 laborers. When the cold and glamorous woman saw this person, her expression changed slightly. But then her face sank and she said coldly, "Yan, I was sent by the Peak Master to gather at the mountain. Dare you obstruct me?" He, Sister Mew, you're overreacting. How could I dare to do such a thing? I just wanted to ask Sister Mew if she had received any letters from her father. You see, our elders from both families have already agreed to our marriage. Shouldn't we discuss the date? The cultivator with the Yan surname said with a grin. At the same time, his gaze greedily scanned the woman's voluptuous figure and charming appearance. However, when he saw Han Li behind the woman, he couldn't help but be slightly surprised, followed by a fleeting coldness in his eyes. The woman with the Mew surname seemed to sense the man's ulterior motives, and a trace of disgust flashed in her beautiful eyes. She rebuked with a frosty tone. "What are you thinking? This is Han. My master entrusted him to me for guidance. There's absolutely no relationship between us. As for the marriage agreement within the clan, I, as a junior member, wouldn't dare to oppose the elders' decision. However, when I'm willing to engage in dual cultivation with you, it will be my own decision. Only when your cultivation level matches mine will I consider such matters. Otherwise, don't even think about touching a finger of mine." The woman clearly had an extreme aversion to the man, not giving him any face at all. Upon hearing the woman's words, the cultivator with the Yan surname's face alternated between red and white. But before he could say anything, the woman with the Mew surname raised her eyebrows impatiently, uttered a soft hum, and then drove her spiritual power into her magical tool. After a burst of red light, she swept past the cultivator with the Yan surname, taking Han Li along with her. The cultivator with the Yan surname panicked, intending to chase after them. However, after some thought, he stopped in place with a hint of unwillingness in his expression. Han Li glanced back at the man and saw the extreme resentment on his face. "Sister Mew, do you have a betrothal with this person?" Han Li hesitated for a moment before asking with a somewhat strange expression. The cultivator with the Yan surname was only at the foundation establishment initial stage, while the woman with the Mew surname was at the foundation establishment middle stage. Their appearances were also worlds apart. Han Li couldn't help but wonder why the woman's family would agree to a betrothal with such a person. Although he was a bit puzzled, it wasn't his intention to ask. The woman's face was full of anger, and asking now would only be asking for trouble. But pretending not to notice would seem even more inappropriate. So even though he knew he might face the woman's cold gaze or even a scolding, he still plucked up the courage to ask. My affairs, Junior, are none of your business. As expected, as soon as Han Li spoke, he was met with the woman's icy gaze and emotionless words. With that, Han Li naturally wore a look of embarrassment on his face and immediately fell silent. However, as he made this expression, Han Li faintly heard Silver Moon's seemingly suppressed laughter in his mind. But then everything fell silent again. They were already very close to Tianquin Peak. So after a while, the woman with the Mu surname brought Han Li to a huge platform halfway up the mountain. On this platform, there was a not insignificant hall built against the mountain, with an ancient and quaint appearance. Above it, there was a large silver plaque with 3 big characters written on it, Heart Purification Hall. At this moment, the huge black wooden doors of the hall were tightly closed, which was where the disciples of Tianquin Peak gathered to discuss matters. Outside the Heart Purification Hall, there were already many male and female disciples standing densely, numbering 500 or 600. These people were either whispering to each other or quietly discussing something. However, all of these people were only Qi refinement stage disciples. There were no foundation establishment stage cultivators among them. The cold and glamorous woman circled around and landed in front of the hall's doors. Immediately, all the nearby disciples respectfully greeted her. After the woman waved her hand, she walked towards the hall without any hesitation. Han Li stroked his chin, and with a sweep of his divine sense, he heard the murmurs and conversations of many people pouring into his ears. Who is this person? Such an unfamiliar face. Is he a new disciple? How come senior sister Mu is accompanying this person? Is this person related to senior sister Mu? Senior sister Mu never travels with male cultivators. How could she come with him? A series of questions and admiring words reached Han Li's ears distinctly. Although Han Li remained calm on the surface, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Then he stepped away from the front of the hall and blended into the crowd. Even so, Han Li could still feel many gazes staring at him incessantly. Junior brother Han didn't expect to meet again after our parting. Just then, a seemingly hearty voice came from behind him. Han Li was startled and turned to look. He saw a big man standing several zhang away behind him. It was Du Dong. At this moment, he greeted Han Li with a smile on his face. Han Li's eyes flashed with a hint of curiosity. Then he smiled politely and clasped his fists, saying, "So it's senior brother Du. I wonder, is senior brother doing well with senior uncle Jiang?" Senior uncle Jiang was the white-haired old man who took Du Dong away that day. Good, very good. The big man chuckled, seeming very amiable. Han Li sneered inwardly a few times, but on the surface, he engaged in conversation about their respective experiences since they last met. According to Du Dong, it seemed that the white-haired old man thought highly of him in terms of talisman crafting talent and was keen on nurturing him further. When talking about this, Du Dong's face was full of joy, as if he was extremely excited. Listening to this Han Li couldn't help but feel sorry for the white-haired old man. This person was focusing on nurturing someone like Du Dong, who harbored ill intentions. In the future, he would probably be implicated. With such thoughts, Han Li naturally didn't mention anything about Senior Uncle Jiang's intentions. He just chatted with Du Dong casually. However, at this moment, Du Dong suddenly wore a mysterious expression on his face and said to Han Li, "Junior brother Han, do you know? Sister Mu, who is specially responsible for guiding you, is the #1 beauty of our Tianquan Peak. She can be ranked in the top 3 among all the disciples of the falling cloud sect. Now that you and senior Sister Mu have arrived together, it's bound to cause quite a stir." Not afraid, but it has already happened. Han Li smiled wryly and said helplessly after scanning the surroundings, and then looked meaningfully at Du Dong. However, junior brother and senior sister Mu arrived together on a flying treasure. Did senior sister Mu tell you anything related to this gathering? Du Dong's tone changed, and he asked casually as if it were unimportant. "Oh, about this. She didn't. Did Brother Du hear any news? Why not tell junior brother?" Han Li's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes changed to a meaningful smile as he glanced at Du Dong. The big man's originally honest smile changed when Han Li looked at him. He suddenly felt as if his secrets had been exposed. He was shocked. But then Han Li turned his head to look in another direction, and this feeling immediately disappeared without a trace. It was as if it were just an illusion, leaving Du Dong secretly doubtful. However, because of this, Du Dong also vaguely dared not to stay with Han Li anymore. After forcing a smile and talking a few more words with Han Li, he bid farewell and walked towards another familiar disciple of Tianquan Peak. Han Li watched his departing figure with a hint of ridicule on his face. Just then, he remembered Silver Moon's voice. "Han, brother, did you deliberately drive him away? Aren't you afraid that he will become suspicious of you in the future and do you harm?" This person's identity is unknown, but sneaking into the falling cloud sect mustn't be for anything good. I don't want to have much contact with him and prefer to let him take the initiative to distance himself from me. It's better. In case something big really happens, it's better not to be implicated by him. As for arousing some suspicion, what does it matter? He himself is untrustworthy. What can he do to me? At most, he'll just be more cautious around me. Even if he wants to secretly attack me, do you think this person can succeed? And I didn't stop his plan. I just don't want to have any further dealings with him. Han Li replied slowly with his divine sense. After hearing Han Li's words, Silver Moon fell silent. Apparently, it also acknowledged that Han Li's words made some sense. After all, if this Du Dong had any hidden agenda in the falling cloud sect, if something happened in the future, those close to him would surely attract the attention and suspicion of the sect's higher-ups. This was something Han Li didn't want to see. So, during the following time, Han Li looked around at the low-level disciples alone. Among these people, there were few familiar faces, both male and female. Older age didn't necessarily mean higher cultivation level, and younger disciples had reached the 12th or 13th level of qi refinement. There were also quite a few young women with good looks who attracted attention in the crowd. However, almost every eligible female cultivator was accompanied by several male cultivators of similar age. It seemed that, like other sects, beautiful female cultivators were highly sought after in the falling cloud sect. While Han Li was pondering, the doors of the hall finally opened. Then a majestic voice came from inside, commanding respect. Tianquin Peak disciples, all enter the hall. The calm voice belonged to the peak master of Tianquin Peak, the mid-foundation establishment stage cultivator surnamed Xin, whom Han Li had met once. Hearing this voice, the disciples outside the door immediately bowed and respectfully said, "We obey the orders of the masters." Then they all entered the hall in pairs. Since Han Li was the last to enter, he naturally followed Du Dong and entered the Washing Heart Hall last. This hall was extremely spacious, spanning 300 to 400 zhang in width. Apart from dozens of tall pillars, there were only 2 chairs placed in the middle front position. Standing slightly forward and side by side with these 2 chairs were more than 10 foundation establishment stage cultivators, standing in 2 rows. The exceptionally cold woman with the Mu surname and the young man named Yu who led Han Li into the hall stood in the same row, while the young man named Miao, who had tested them with the heart-testing talisman that day, stood in the leading position of the opposite row, still with a sickly face, looking weak as if he could barely stand. As soon as the disciples entered the hall, the 2 people sitting on the chairs stood up again and bowed in unison. "Pay respects to Master Xin and Master Yu." "All right, get up," said the middle-aged man sitting in the center with a smile, waving his hand, prompting all the disciples to stand up. The lower-level disciples below respectfully divided into 2 rows and stood on both sides of the hall. Han Li and Du Dong happened to stand near the entrance. Han Li swept his divine sense over the fierce-looking old man, only to find out that he was just a foundation establishment cultivator. This person was the rumored but unseen deputy peak master, Master Yu. Having glanced at him briefly, Han Li retracted his divine sense and didn't pay him any more attention. At this point, the peak master surnamed Xin had already begun to speak slowly. "This time, I have gathered everyone here. Some of the disciples may have already guessed a bit. Indeed, yesterday our sect just received a letter from the ancient sword sect. The sword trial conference is scheduled to begin in half a year. Since our sect hosted the previous one, this time the conference will be held at the Beikao courtyard, which is closely connected to us. Our disciples, along with those from the ancient sword sect, will participate in the conference in the Yunmeng Western Range. However, according to the previous practice, each sect can only send 30 participants, and the top 10 will receive substantial rewards. Therefore, our falling cloud sect must first conduct internal selections before deciding on the participants. The middle-aged man paused slightly, then continued, "Of course, there are 6 spots designated by our 6 peak masters respectively, allowing 6 disciples to participate directly without competing. The remaining 24 spots will be determined through a competition among eligible disciples from each peak. The winners will then receive personal guidance from the elders. Yesterday, our peak masters and the sect master had already discussed it. The internal competition will be held in a month. However, before that, I want to remind those who are not very familiar with the Sword Trial Conference. Disciples over the age of 30 or those who haven't reached the 10th level of chi refinement are prohibited from participating. There are no other restrictions. Now, I'll give you time to consider. If you think you meet the qualifications and are willing to participate in the competition, you can stand up on your own. I have some other matters to explain. Oh yes, the disciples who will participate directly without competing have already been designated by me and Master Yu. All right, Jun, start lighting the incense. Understood, Master. The young man surnamed Yu immediately stepped forward and skillfully took out a bronze censer from a storage bag, placing it in the middle of the hall. Then he inserted a stick of sandalwood incense into it, and with a flash of fire in his hand, he ignited it. A wisp of blue smoke rose into the air. As they watched the bronze censer and sandalwood incense burning in the center of the hall, although no one dared to make noise, every disciple who believed they met the qualifications naturally had their own thoughts. Han, are you going to participate? After the sandalwood incense had burned for nearly half the time, Yin Yue couldn't help but ask Han Li, who remained indifferent. Participate? Why not? Every other disciple seems eager. If I don't participate, it would only attract more attention, Han Li replied calmly with his divine sense. Upon hearing this, Yin Yue fell silent. After a moment, the sandalwood incense in the bronze censer burned almost completely, and the middle-aged man, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. Those who do not meet the requirements or are unwilling to participate in the competition may leave the Washing Heart Hall. Yes, Master. Most of the disciples bowed and slowly left the hall. Apart from the Foundation establishment cultivators, there were only about 30 to 40 young disciples left in the hall, including Han Li and the big man. The middle-aged cultivator glanced at Han Li and the others, nodding in satisfaction. Very good. Almost all the qualified disciples have chosen to stay. I'm pleased. Even if you don't get selected this time, going to broaden your horizons and spar with fellow disciples from other peaks will be beneficial for your future cultivation. Now, let the senior disciple explain the matters to pay attention to in the competition. Master Yu and I have other matters to attend to, so we'll leave first. After saying this, the cultivator surnamed Zin stood up and walked towards the back hall, followed silently by the gray-clothed old man. Cough, since the peak master has entrusted this matter to me, I hope all junior disciples will listen carefully. After all, this competition is a chance for disciples of the same sect to test each other's skills, and there are certain taboos to avoid. A sickly-looking young man surnamed Miao coughed a few times as he walked out, speaking to Han Li and the others in a calm manner. Firstly, excessively lethal techniques or artifacts that could cause fatal injuries are not allowed to be used in the competition. Otherwise, you may be expelled from the sect or have your cultivation abolished. Also, 15 minutes later, the disciples remaining in the hall walked out again, their faces filled with excitement as they flew away. After watching the figures of the others leaving, Han Li shook his head and flew back to his cave residence. Upon returning, Han Li began to prepare for the upcoming internal competition next month. He needed to enter the top 24 spots while not revealing his true strength. Therefore, he could only rely on talismans and a few artifacts that hadn't been used in years. Top-tier artifacts aside, Han Li had salvaged over a dozen artifacts from Foundation establishment cultivators he had defeated. However, to avoid drawing attention, he could only carefully select a few of them. For the internal competition, he didn't plan to use all the artifacts. Instead, he started mass-producing low to mid-grade talismans, intending to rely on them to defeat lower-level opponents. However, this alone wasn't enough. Han Li also revisited the flame manipulation technique he had obtained from an old Taoist in the Xing King's mansion years ago. Although this technique wasn't useful against high-level cultivators, it was effective against Qi refinement and Foundation establishment cultivators, serving as a disguise. Having possessed the technique for many years, Han Li had already mastered it completely in just a few days, surpassing the recorded comprehension in the technique. In the following days, Han Li focused on refining various talismans. During this period, the golden and silver devouring gold bugs finally began to devour each other. After taking a glance, Han Li was naturally overjoyed. He believed that the evolution of the devouring gold bugs, even if not complete, was close to reaching the stage where they would devour everything, as rumored. However, the neighboring soul-whaling beast caused Han Li some headaches, still sleeping soundly in the spiritual beast room without any sign of awakening. Fortunately, through the soul-nurturing pearl in his body, Han Li knew that the beast was not seriously injured. Otherwise, he would have been worried. After all, the evolution time of this ferocious beast was a bit too long. A month later, the main peak of the falling cloud sect became unusually lively. Numerous cultivators gathered at the mountain peak. Although many were not here to participate in the competition, there were thousands who came just to watch the excitement. Almost all cultivators, without duties, came to observe the competition. After all, even if they didn't participate personally, watching the competition among fellow cultivators was an eye-opening experience and would be beneficial. The competition venue for the Sword Trial Conference was held on a large open space below the mountain peak. 3 large arrays, each hundreds of feet wide, were set up, surrounded by a semicircular barrier of light to prevent accidental injuries to the spectators. 3 Foundation establishment cultivators served as judges to prevent the participants from causing harm. The selection and competition had been going on for 3 days. Many disciples had already been defeated in the first 2 days. Speaking of which, the Tianquan Peak had only 30 to 40 disciples participating in the selection, which was not many. Surprisingly, the Huoyun Peak had 100 disciples participating, making Han Li's Tianquan Peak seem small in comparison. However, with this many participants, there were 400 to 500 people in total. Even if divided into 3 venues for simultaneous competition, it would still take several days to finish one round. Among these participants, there were very few in the foundation establishment stage, only 3 or 4. They didn't need to participate in the initial competition, but would wait until the final round to compete with the winning Qi refinement stage disciples. After all, these few cultivators who had achieved foundation establishment before the age of 30 were all outstanding talents. At this moment, Han Li stood silently among several Tianquan Peak disciples, watching a competition between a Tianquan Peak disciple and a Huoyun Peak disciple inside the large barrier of light. Huoyun Peak was a somewhat special peak among the 6 peaks. Both of its peak masters were female cultivators in the foundation establishment stage, and the disciples were mostly women. However, because of this, the peak had fewer disciples compared to others. This time, there were only a dozen or so young female disciples participating. The Tianquan Peak disciple currently battling against the Huoyun Peak disciple was a man named Yuan. Although he was an outer disciple, he came from a prominent cultivating family in the Ziguo kingdom, which gave him some power. Therefore, he was able to wield a high-grade artifact, the white gold halberd, with considerable power, forcing the young female disciple from the Huoyun Peak, who was quite attractive, to retreat steadily. It seemed like victory was within his grasp. The Tianquan Peak disciples, standing next to Han Li, were obviously friends with Yuan, discussing the battle excitedly. However, just as the Yuan surname cultivator transformed his white gold halberd artifact into a white rainbow and fiercely slashed down, the female cultivator opposite him raised her eyebrow, and with a single wave of her hand, a ball of green light shot out, blocking the trajectory of the white rainbow. Then, with a flicker, she disappeared from her original position, hiding herself. Seeing this, the Yuan surname cultivator's face changed drastically. He hurriedly formed hand seals, attempting to use detection spells to force the woman out. Suddenly, a red mist emerged from behind him, enveloping him. With a plop sound, the Tianquan Peak disciple immediately fell down. The winner is Jinrong from the White Phoenix Peak, a tall and thin cultivator who presided over the competition in the sky, announced immediately. Upon hearing this, the female cultivator named Jinrong respectfully performed a salute towards the sky. She then took out a small bottle from her storage pouch and lightly waved it under the nose of the unconscious Yuan surname cultivator. The Yuan surname cultivator slowly regained consciousness. Once he understood what had happened, his face turned red with embarrassment, and he quickly walked out of the competition area. Jinrong, on the other hand, flew out of the barrier with a hint of pride. Immediately, some female cultivators nearby surrounded her, chattering incessantly. This scene attracted the attention of nearby male cultivators. The next match, Han Li from the Tianquan Peak versus Zun Tong from the Hoyun Peak, the skinny and expressionless cultivator announced above the barrier. His voice, though not loud, was clearly heard by the nearby cultivators. Upon hearing this, Han Li smiled and walked out of the crowd, slowly entering the barrier. This is the junior brother from the Zun clan, who just entered a few years ago. I heard this junior brother has the Tianyang fire vein. Is it true? Isn't the Zun clan a famous cultivation family in our Zai country? I'm afraid he has quite a few powerful magical treasures. Who is that junior brother surnamed Han? It seems like I've never seen him before. Could he have just joined in recent years? This guy named Han Li is in for trouble. He actually encountered such an opponent. Before the match even began, a series of discussions could be heard clearly by Han Li, even through the barrier. Tianyang fire vein. Han Li's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this, showing some interest as he assessed his opponent. Apart from being handsome, his cultivation was decent, about at the 12th level of qi refinement. The white-clad youth across from him, upon seeing that Han Li's appearance was unremarkable, and his cultivation was only at around the 10th level of qi refinement, flashed a hint of contempt in his eyes, but still gave a slight salute. Seeing this, Han Li smirked inwardly, casually returning the gesture. The white-clad youth's face revealed a hint of annoyance. At this moment, the emaciated cultivator above them faintly declared, "Let the match begin." Upon hearing this, a stern look appeared on the white-clad youth's face. Immediately, he pinched a seal with both hands, and his body was enveloped in a layer of scorching and translucent light. Then he raised his hand, and a red bead the size of an egg floated up, emitting bursts of incantations from his mouth, preparing to activate this magical treasure to attack Han Li. Watching this familiar fighting style, Han Li couldn't help feeling somewhat speechless. At this moment, there were also many exclamations from the spectators outside the barrier. Look, the junior brother from the Zun clan indeed has the Tianyang fire vein. He can instantly release a fire attribute shield without using talismans. What's more, the bead in his hand seems to be the famous fire wave bead from the Zun clan. That kid over there is definitely going to lose. Perhaps the outcome will be decided in an instant. Han Li remained unchanged, with a hint of ridicule in his heart. He casually reached into his storage pouch and pulled out dozens of thick talismans. Glancing at his opponent, who was fully focused on activating his magical treasure, paying no attention to Han Li's actions, seeming confident in his shield, Han Li didn't hesitate any longer. After rubbing his hands together, he simultaneously flicked them. A red light flashed, and dozens of fist-sized fireballs shot out from his hands like a swarm of bees, heading straight for the densely packed shield in front of his opponent. Ah, numerous surprised voices erupted outside the barrier simultaneously. At this moment, the fire wave bead floating in the white-clad youth's hand had already begun to emit flames, ready to launch an attack. Just as he was feeling delighted, he suddenly heard the exclamations from outside and couldn't help but raise his head to look. What he saw was the astonishing scene of dozens of fireballs simultaneously hitting his shield. A series of thunderous explosions erupted, and a glaring red light flashed before his eyes, almost blinding him. His translucent shield only lasted for a few seconds before painfully shattering. Seeing the flames about to engulf him, this talented individual with the Tianyang fire vein, although carefully nurtured by his family since childhood, had never experienced such a life-threatening situation. His face turned pale, and with a cry of fear, he was about to turn and flee. But at this critical moment, his neck suddenly tightened, and his body was abruptly lifted into the air. The waves of flames surged beneath him. Looking back in panic, the white-clad youth found himself being held by the collar by the emaciated cultivator, who had grabbed him from behind. Han Li from Tianquan Peak, wins, the emaciated cultivator said coldly. Only then did he realize that he had already been defeated, and it was by a few basic fireball talismans, easily defeating him. The youth's face turned extremely pale. As for the other spectators, they looked at each other in amazement after the initial shock. You see, even the simplest low-level talisman, the fireball talisman, costs at least 1 spirit stone each. But this guy actually threw out 30 or 40 of them in one go. That means he threw away 30 or 40 spirit stones in one fight. This couldn't be described as anything but extravagant, almost like a spendthrift. You see, a slightly better low-level magical weapon costs just about that much. Could it be that this person is willing to squander his family's wealth just to win within the sect? Under the astonished gazes of the other disciples of the falling cloud sect, after Han Li made a slight salute to the emaciated cultivator, he calmly walked out of the barrier. As for the white-clad youth surnamed Zun, he looked resentfully at Han Li's back, full of unwillingness. However, under the cold gaze of the emaciated cultivator, he could only leave the field helplessly. Since the first round of matches had ended, Han Li had no interest in watching the battles of the others and returned to his residence. The first round of matches ended quickly, all concluding within 2 days. Many of the thrilling battles were the subject of much discussion among the spectators of the falling cloud sect. And Han Li's match, where he defeated his opponent with dozens of low-level fireball talismans, naturally left many speechless and envious. They naturally assumed Han Li was a disciple of some big family, hence his lavish display. Overall, Han Li's performance in this battle finally gained him some recognition and a bit of fame. In the second round of matches, Han Li appeared early, on the afternoon of the first day. As he calmly took his place in the center of the arena again, some disciples who had seen Han Li's previous match whispered among themselves. This guy from Tianquin Peak, in the past 2 days, he actually threw out dozens of talismans just to defeat his opponent. Is it true? He looks so ordinary. Isn't he worried about wasting them? We don't seem to have any big cultivation families surnamed Han in our Zai country. Could he have joined from another country? Han Li listened to these whispers with a calm expression, just squinting as he assessed his opponent for this match. It was a young disciple who looked about 17 or 18 years old. He was dressed in a neat green shirt, with nothing but a storage pouch tied to his waist. The youthful face still showed traces of immaturity, but he had a serious expression as he looked at Han Li. It seemed that the discussions from outside the arena had also reached his ears. As Han Li looked at this opponent who seemed to have only recently left his youth behind, he furrowed his brows slightly. But as soon as a cold begin was announced, he immediately reached into his storage pouch. At the moment the match began, the young disciple opposite him swiftly raised both hands, and with a flash of white light, 2 dazzling ice spikes shot towards Han Li. Then, a green light flickered around him as he dashed towards Han Li like the wind. Surprisingly, he followed Han Li's lead, first using 2 ice spike talismans, forcing Han Li to react defensively. Then, he applied a light body technique to swiftly close the distance. Caught off guard, Han Li couldn't help but chuckle. With a calm demeanor, he swayed his body, narrowly avoiding the 2 ice spikes. As the opponent joyfully approached, Han Li raised his hand, emitting a yellow light from his palm. But before the opponent's weapon could be unleashed, Han Li's figure blurred, executing the smoke step technique, disappearing without a trace. In an instant, the young disciple was left empty-handed, astonished. His yellow light dimmed unexpectedly, revealing a net-like magical artifact. Before the young disciple could search for Han Li's whereabouts, he felt a sharp pain at the back of his head, and suddenly everything went black. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Tianquin Peak's Han Li wins. The emaciated cultivator's eyes flashed with surprise before calmly announcing the result. Han Li had appeared behind his opponent and gently knocked him unconscious with a hand chop. Immediately, several cultivators hurried into the arena from outside. After a brief examination, they nodded to the emaciated cultivator in the air, indicating that there were no serious injuries. Then, they carried the unconscious young disciple out of the arena. Outside the arena, a commotion erupted once again. Did you see that? This junior brother from Tianquin Peak, what kind of technique did he use? How did he suddenly appear behind his opponent? It's unbelievable. On the 13th day of the internal competition in the Loyun sect, the final round of selection was coming to an end. Meanwhile, in a pavilion halfway up the main peak, 7 or 8 core formation stage cultivators were gathered, discussing something. Among them were the 2 peak masters of Tianquin Peak, a middle-aged man surnamed Zin, and a gray-clad elder with a somewhat grim appearance. The others also exuded an air of significance. Is there still no one willing to take the lead this time? Asked an elderly man in a blue robe with flowing white beard and wrinkles on his face, frowning slightly. HMPH, Senior Brother Feng, although the Sword Trial Conference is said to be a joint competition of the three sects, every time we end up defeated while letting that ancient sword sect gain all the glory. And this time, the leader from the ancient sword sect is definitely going to be that sharp-tongued Jiang Yun again. I don't want to go just to be humiliated, replied a middle-aged man with a lazy demeanor and a small mustache, nonchalantly. Exactly. I also heard that a few years ago, the ancient sword sect took in a disciple with the 9-spirit sword physique. This time, they will definitely let him participate in the conference. With that, what's the point of the competition? Although we have some disciples with special constitutions, they are nowhere near comparable to them. Furthermore, I heard that the 100-Craft Court also accepted a direct descendant from the Shangyuan family, who reportedly defeated an elder in the family with his self-made magical artifact while still in the qi condensation stage. He will be tough to deal with as well. Another elder with a sallow face shook his head as he spoke. The white-bearded elder showed a look of displeasure upon hearing this. Both of you are correct. The Sword Trial Conference has indeed become an opportunity for the ancient sword sect to show off, but their strength is greater than ours. If our sect doesn't send disciples to participate in the conference, we might not even get a quarter of the spirit liquid. Moreover, it could provoke hostility from the ancient sword sect, which would be detrimental to our sect's long-term development in Yunmeng Mountain. There are several other sects eyeing us 3 sects in Yunmeng Mountain. We can't let them take advantage of our disunity, the white-bearded elder said gravely. Since Senior Brother Feng has put it this way, I will take the lead this time. After all, I haven't seen Elder Chang from the 100-Craft Court for a long time. It would be nice to catch up, said a square-faced, righteous-looking elder in a red robe sitting opposite the white-bearded elder. Junior Brother Duan, as the master of Hoyun Peak, you have many disciples under your care. Leaving like this might be inappropriate. The white-bearded elder hesitated upon hearing this offer. No problem. Junior Brother Li will remain at Hoyun Peak, so there won't be any issues. Besides, it's not like I'm leaving Yunmeng Mountain, just traveling from the eastern ridge to the western ridge, which only takes a day, the red-robed elder said indifferently. Since the other party had put it this way, the white-bearded elder did not insist further. He nodded in agreement. Then, his gaze swept over the others and finally fell on the gray-clad elder with a somewhat grim face, asking slowly, Junior Brother Yu, I know you don't manage much in Tianquan Peak. How about you assist Junior Brother Duan this time? Junior Brother Xin, do you have any objections? The last question was directed at the middle-aged man surnamed Xin. Of course not. If Junior Brother Yu is willing, that's fine. The middle-aged man surnamed Xin replied with a faint smile. The gray-clad elder's cold face twitched slightly. After a long moment, he simply said, All right, I'll go. The white-bearded elder showed a pleased expression and nodded before continuing. This time, Junior Brother Duan will be in charge, with junior brother Yu and junior sister Song from Beifeng Peak assisting. Once today's final round is over, gather the 30 selected disciples and give them some guidance. We might still have a chance in this conference. After all, there are some strong candidates among our disciples. They should be able to contend with the ancient sword sect and 100 craft court. Is junior sister Song also going to the conference? How come I didn't know? A sleek-looking cultivator who had been hiding in the corner of the room exclaimed in surprise. The other cultivators also stirred upon hearing this, with 2 or 3 showing expressions of regret. HMPH, junior brother Meng, what do you mean by that? I spoke for so long just now, and you didn't say a word. Now you hear junior sister Song is going, and you jump up immediately. Let me tell you, junior sister Song agreed to go only on the condition that her participation was kept a secret. Otherwise, given her temperament, she wouldn't easily leave Beifeng Peak, the white-bearded elder said with a somber face. The elder had reached the late core formation stage, while the sleek-looking cultivator was only at the early core formation stage. Thus, after the elder's expression changed, the sleek-looking cultivator immediately fell silent, not daring to argue further. The others who were tempted also exchanged glances, but did not dare to say anything. At this moment, footsteps sounded outside, followed by a male voice. Master, uncles, the final round of the competition is over. 3 foundation establishment disciples and 21 chi condensation disciples have been selected. I have brought the list. Oh, come in then. Let the uncles also take a look, the white-bearded elder said, his expression softening. Yes, sir. The man outside responded respectfully and then pushed open the door and entered. He was a dignified-looking, tall man in his 30s, at the late foundation establishment stage. Here is the list and information of the 24 selected disciples. The man took out a white jade slip from his sleeve and handed it over with both hands. Let me see. The elder nodded slightly, took the jade slip, and scanned it with his spiritual sense. Ah, after just a glance, the elder showed a look of surprise. What's wrong? Is there something unusual about this list? The red-robed cultivator asked curiously. The others also looked at the elder in puzzlement. Nothing. You all should take a look too, said the elder, returning to his usual expression and handing the jade slip to the sallow-faced elder beside him. This elder also showed a look of surprise after looking at the jade slip, but said nothing, passing it on to the others. Soon, everyone had looked at the jade slip, each showing a complex expression. The middle-aged man surnamed Zin from Tianquan Peak looked especially surprised after reading it. Who would have thought? This time, Tianquan Peak has 6 disciples selected, making the rest of us look bad. It seems senior brother Zin has really done a great job training his disciples. The mustached, middle-aged man sighed. It seems senior brother Zin is determined to succeed in this sword trial conference, spending a lot of effort to train these disciples. The sleek-looking cultivator said sourly. His hidden sword peak only had 3 disciples selected, a real blow to their reputation. No, absolutely not. I am also surprised that so many of our Tianquin Peak disciples were selected. But it's strange how two of them, Han Li and Du Dong, are in the 10th level of qi condensation and have only been in the sect for about a year. How did they make it to the end? Nephew Gao, how did these two win? The middle-aged man surnamed Zin asked calmly. The newly arrived male cultivate responded immediately. These two didn't use any strange methods. Du Dong has a powerful ice attribute top-grade magical artifact. This artifact is both offensive and defensive, complementing his cultivation technique. All his opponents were frozen solid in one move, unable to fight back. Oh, what kind of magical artifact? Describe it for us, the mustached, middle-aged man interrupted, intrigued. Senior brother is right. But since Du Dong has the cold moon wheel, it's not surprising he made it to the finals. What about this Han Li? Does he also have high-level magical artifacts? The mustached, middle-aged man asked again. No, he doesn't. Although I don't know if this nephew Han has any high-level artifacts, he is quite generous in his actions. The late Foundation establishment stage man said with a wry smile. What do you mean? What does generosity have to do with the competition? This time, it was the sallow-faced elder who asked with some interest. In the first round, Nephew Han threw out more than 30 fireball talismans right away, breaking his opponent's shield before they could even use their magical artifact. In the following matches, he used worldly martial arts and a clever technique to manipulate fire, combined with talismans, to narrowly defeat his opponents, the man explained. Martial arts and techniques aren't surprising. Many people bring their skills when they join the sect. But using so many talismans at once does require quite a bit of spirit stones. For us, it's nothing, but for a qi condensation disciple, it's quite extravagant. Have you investigated this disciple? The white-bearded elder asked with a slightly stern face. We have. According to a few low-level disciples who have interacted with him, this person, although a rogue cultivator, seems to be skilled in talisman making and quite wealthy. That's why he can use low-level talismans so generously, the young man replied respectfully. Oh, that makes sense. It seems these two have no issues. However, since this person knows some talisman making, he would be more suitable for Huoyun Peak, the white-bearded elder murmured after his expression softened. Brother Feng, that's not right. We at Tianquin Peak also have disciples skilled in making talismans. We can support him. Brother Duan, you don't really want him, do you? The middle-aged man surnamed Zin said with a slight smile. Ha, we have plenty of talisman-making disciples at Huoyun Peak. One more or less doesn't make a difference. I won't take your disciple, Brother Zin, the red-robed cultivator said with a wave of his hand. The middle-aged man surnamed Zin just smiled and said nothing. After discussing some sect matters, these core formation stage cultivators left one by one. Han Li had returned to his cave mansion on his small stone mountain. He was standing outside his spirit beast room with an unusually serious expression, staring inside with a flickering gaze. Not long ago, he had just finished his final match and was talking with some congratulatory disciples from Tianquin Peak when the crying soul pearl inside him suddenly became hot. This startled Han Li, but he quickly realized that the crying soul beast in his cave mansion had finally reached its final evolution stage and was calling for him. Surprised and delighted, Han Li quickly excused himself and hurried back to his cave mansion. When he reached the spirit beast room, he was shocked by what he saw. The room had become dark and eerie, filled with black ghostly energy flying around and a chilling yin energy emanating from it. The crying soul beast was nowhere to be seen. Instead, in a corner of the room, there was a large, shiny black oval cocoon with black spikes flickering on its surface as if it was nurturing something inside. Han Li didn't need to think to know that the crying soul beast was inside the black cocoon. He was both excited and cautious. Han Li didn't enter the room recklessly. After some thought, he sat down cross-legged outside the spirit beast room. According to the texts he had read, when a spirit beast evolves, its owner should stay nearby but not interfere unless the evolution fails and the beast's life is in danger. He decided to follow this advice. Time slowly passed as Han Li anxiously waited. He had estimated that it would take several days for the crying soul beast to finish evolving and break out of the cocoon. However, to his surprise, early the next morning, the black cocoon began to change. Han Li, who was meditating with his eyes closed, heard a soft cracking sound. His heart leapt with joy, and he opened his eyes. He saw the ghostly energy in the room being drawn towards a corner where the black cocoon was. Then the black light in the room became blindingly bright, causing Han Li to instinctively close his eyes. When he reopened them, he sensed a familiar yet strange presence in the room. Han Li's eyebrows twitched. Without hesitation, he stood up and gently tapped the stone door, opening the spirit beast room. Standing at the doorway, Han Li glanced around and saw that the black cocoon had shriveled into 2 empty husks. The rest of the room was empty. Han Li was puzzled. Just as he was about to release his spiritual sense to investigate, a black light appeared in a corner of the room. With a low cry, a black shadow shot towards Han Li. Startled, Han Li initially wanted to dodge, but decided against it and stood still. A cold, small object flew into Han Li's arms, and he grabbed it. "What's this?" Han Li was surprised to find a small, monkey-like creature in his hand. It was undoubtedly the evolved crying soul beast. The monkey was now pitch black, with its fur having changed from silver to black, but otherwise it looked the same. However, after closely inspecting it several times, Han Li noticed 2 differences. Below the beast's nose, between its nostrils, there was now a small hole that was easily overlooked. The crying soul beast's method of subduing ghosts and spirits had always relied on the soul-consuming light from its nose. Could this new hole make it even more powerful? Han Li couldn't help but feel amused and hopeful. The other difference was a blood-red ghostly pattern on the beast's back. This sinister design featured a horned, three-eyed ghost that was faint but lifelike, giving off an ominous aura. Silvermoon, who observed this change through Han Li's mind, was also amazed, but couldn't offer any useful insights. Due to the refined, crying soul pearl, the beast was now much more affectionate towards Han Li, rubbing its furry little head against his clothes. Holding the tiny black monkey, Han Li could vaguely sense its emotions, making him smile. After playing with the beast for a while, he noticed it getting tired and stored it in his spirit beast pouch. After leaving the spirit beast room, Han Li checked the neighboring insect room. The golden and silver devouring gold bugs had dwindled to just a few dozen, having almost finished their cannibalistic phase and were about to lay eggs. Seeing the noticeably larger bugs, Han Li felt satisfied and left the insect room to begin his routine training in the meditation chamber. After winning the selection competition, a judge had informed him that the selected disciples would receive one-on-one guidance from core formation stage cultivators. But for now, they should train on their own. When it was his turn, he would be notified with a sound transmission talisman. Han Li wasn't particularly eager for the guidance. When notified, he would just go through the motions. Now, he was holding the spirit eye jade, quietly training in the secret room. Silvermoon, in her artifact spirit form, was also released to train in the next room, possessing the fox demon's body. Silvermoon's training was quite extraordinary. Although her artifact spirit had the power of a late core formation cultivator, the fox demon's body she possessed was only a low-level demon beast, just barely at the first level. While she could utilize her powerful cultivation for a short time, she couldn't improve her artifact spirit through training. However, the fox demon's body could grow stronger over time, becoming her primary vessel. So, with Han Li's provided low-level elixirs, Silvermoon's fox demon body was rapidly advancing in cultivation. Time flew by quickly, and 3 months had passed while Han Li diligently cultivated in his cave dwelling. During this period, Kui Huan and the others visited once more, apologetically informing Han Li that they had mentioned his expertise in talisman crafting to some elders in the sect. They hoped he wouldn't mind. As Han Li had already planned to use his talisman crafting skills as a cover, he naturally didn't care about this matter. After politely reassuring them, he sent them on their way. Regarding Tianquin Peak, due to Han Li unexpectedly being selected as one of the 24 disciples, the cold and beautiful Mu-named woman surprisingly visited the medicine garden once. She even spent half a day explaining some difficult points of the mystical ice art to Han Li. This left Han Li both surprised and speechless. Aside from these two groups of visitors, no one else came to disturb Han Li's cultivation. One day, while Han Li was cultivating the green primordial sword art in the quiet room of his cave dwelling, he suddenly furrowed his brow, ceased his practice, and stood up. When he exited the quiet room and reached the entrance of the medicine garden, a firelight-transformed sound transmission talisman was aimlessly darting around within the restriction fog of the garden. Seeing this, Han Li gently parted the restriction, and, with a wave of his hand, the transmission talisman obediently fell into his grasp. Moments later, he clenched his fingers, and the firelight vanished without a trace. White Phoenix Peak, Master Song. Isn't she reputed to be the #1 beauty of the Luo Yun sect among the core formation cultivators? Could it be that she will be instructing me? If that's the case, these few days won't be too difficult to endure, Han Li muttered, his face expressionless. He then hesitated no longer, raising his hand to release his flying sword artifact, and headed straight towards White Phoenix Peak. White Phoenix Peak was located at the easternmost part of the Luo Yun sect, quite distant from the other 5 peaks, giving it an air of aloofness like a lone plum tree standing in the snow. Although this peak was the shortest among the 6 wonder peaks, it was lush with greenery and filled with flowers. In terms of scenic beauty, it was undoubtedly the most beautiful of all the peaks, far surpassing those like Tianquan Peak. Soon, Han Li arrived near White Phoenix Peak. Due to the fact that most cultivators on this peak were female, White Phoenix Peak had an unwritten peculiar rule that male disciples from other peaks must report to the disciples at the mountain gate at the foot of the mountain before entering. Otherwise, if they were trapped in the restrictions of White Phoenix Peak, it would be their own fault. Han Li naturally had no intention of forcefully entering. He obediently descended to the foot of the mountain. At the mountain gate, 3 female qi condensation cultivators were chatting and laughing. Seeing the unfamiliar male cultivator land, they couldn't help but look at him curiously. "I am Han Li from Tianquan Peak. I have come to receive instruction from Master Song. May I trouble you to inform her?" Han Li cupped his hands and said, "You are Han Li? The Master has already instructed us. You may go directly to the Feng Kao Pavilion at the top of the peak. The Master is waiting for you there," said a young female cultivator with some freckles on her face, smiling lightly. Hearing this, Han Li thanked her and immediately took his leave, flying up the peak on his artifact. Not long after he left, the 3 female disciples, thinking he was out of earshot, began to gossip openly. Is this Han Li really one of the sect's sword trial candidates? His cultivation doesn't seem that high. And he looks quite ordinary, not striking at all. He, you guys don't know this, but I watched all of Han Li's matches. Let me tell you." Hearing this, Han Li smiled wryly, retracting his spiritual sense. Shaking his head, he continued flying towards the peak. White Phoenix Peak wasn't very tall, and in a moment, Han Li reached the summit. There was a flat area about 100 feet in circumference, surrounded by drifting white clouds and rich with spiritual energy, resembling a celestial realm. In this seemingly celestial realm, there was only a solitary pavilion standing there. The pavilion was about 20 feet high, with 3 stories, entirely built from an unknown type of white wood, without any paint, giving it an elegant and ancient look. Han Li landed in front of the pavilion and, without hesitation, called out loudly. Disciple Han Li pays respects to Master Song. As soon as he spoke, he felt a faint spiritual sense sweep over him. Han Li pretended not to notice, standing calmly in place. After a moment, a gentle and melodious female voice came from the pavilion. Since you are here, come up to the second floor. I am waiting for you. Yes, Master. Han Li replied without hesitation, stepping forward to push open the wooden door. The door easily opened, revealing an empty first floor, except for what appeared to be a cultivation array. Han Li glanced around and headed directly to the second floor. The second floor was similarly sparsely furnished, with several wooden shelves filled with various artifacts and jade slips, a few chairs, and a low stone table. As soon as Han Li appeared on the second floor, he saw a blue-clad woman sitting on a chair, her head lowered as she focused on a pile of old bamboo slips on the table. Judging by her aura, she was at the early core formation stage. Han Li hesitated for a moment, about to speak when the woman raised her head, revealing an astonishingly beautiful face that could make one's heart skip a beat. You are Han Li, the seemingly 25 or 26-year-old woman asked calmly. Yes, Master, Han Li replied, hands at his sides. Since you are here, it is your fortune. I will do my best to instruct you. However, you can only stay in the Feng Ko Pavilion for 3 days. After 3 days, you must leave the pavilion and White Phoenix Peak. How much you can learn in this time will depend on your own aptitude, the woman said, her exceptionally clear and bright eyes fixed on Han Li. For some reason, despite the woman's modest cultivation level, Han Li felt as if his mind and soul were being thoroughly scrutinized, causing him to be taken aback. Given Han Li's current powerful spiritual sense, this sensation was extraordinarily strange. Evidently, the woman was using some kind of divine technique to probe his mind and spirit. Without overthinking it, Han Li maintained a respectful expression while secretly circulating his great evolution technique to shield his mind. As Han Li quietly pondered, the blue-clad woman's clear eyes flashed with a hint of fatigue, and she closed them. Recite the incantations of the techniques you practice. Then wait downstairs until I call for you. Do not come up without my instruction. I will summon you after I have comprehended them to discuss any unclear or obscure points. Begin now, she said softly. Yes, I practice the mystical ice art given by martial Uncle Mew. This technique, Han Li began to recite calmly. After about a cup of tea's time, Han Li finished reciting. The blue-clad woman nodded slightly and gestured for Han Li to leave. Han Li bowed and exited the second floor without another word. The blue-clad woman sat in her chair, unmoving, her brows slightly furrowed as she watched Han Li's retreating figure. Moments later, she raised an eyebrow and stood up, a blue soundproof barrier appearing around her. She then took out a sound transmission talisman, calmly whispered a few words into it, and sent it flying out of the window as a streak of firelight, which quickly disappeared. on the mountainside of the Luo Yun sect's main peak, in the pavilion where the core formation cultivators had gathered last time, the white-bearded elder stood leisurely by the window, gazing out. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as a streak of firelight shot towards him from the sky. Without a word, the elder raised his hand, a white mist emanating from his palm, enveloping the red light and transforming it into a blazing fire. Within the fire, a brief message from the blue-clad woman could be heard. Han Li is fine. Dudong is suspicious. HMPH, suspicious. I knew something was amiss. The Du family had close ties with the ruling Fu family of the 100 Crafts Hall. If he were truly a descendant of the Du family, he should have joined the 100 Crafts Hall, not our Luo Yun sect, the white-bearded elder muttered coldly, a trace of chill in his voice. However, junior sister Song's enlightening spiritual insight ability is becoming more formidable. Except for the 2 senior uncles, I'm afraid even I wouldn't be able to resist it easily, the white-bearded elder murmured enviously. 2 months later, in a massive valley surrounded by mountains in the western mountain range of Yunmeng Mountain, the headquarters of the 100 Crafts Hall. Thousands of disciples of the 100 Crafts Hall, dressed in various colors, gathered in the central square of the valley, excitedly chatting and making a ruckus. Many of them were anxiously looking at the sky, impatience evident on their faces, as if eagerly awaiting something. At one end of the square, the most eye-catching figures among the thousands of disciples were several dozen people standing at the front. Among them, 7 or 8 were cultivators at or above the core formation stage, who stood with calm and collected demeanors. Behind them were dozens of men and women, all at or above the foundation establishment stage. These were the various leaders, elders, and officials of the 100 Crafts Hall. "They're here," someone with sharp eyes suddenly exclaimed with excitement. Immediately, all the low-level cultivators looked up. In the distance, a large group of colorful lights was approaching, flying closer with increasing speed. "It's the ancient sword sect. They all use sword artifacts to fly," someone else shouted. Upon hearing this, the crowd grew even more restless, with many people pointing and commenting on the approaching lights. Their expressions varied. "Silence, what kind of behavior is this? Do you want the other 2 sects to laugh at our 100 Crafts Hall?" A burly elder standing at the front of the crowd suddenly said coldly. His voice echoed throughout the square, and the other disciples who had been carried away with excitement immediately fell silent, and the massive square instantly quieted down. Seeing this, the burly elder's expression softened slightly. The other core formation stage cultivators exchanged smiles, as if they were used to such scenes. By this time, the cultivators from the ancient sword sect had flown over the square. While not all of them were riding sword artifacts, only a few were not. To think that Brother Fu and the others would come out personally to greet us, I, Jiang, am truly honored," said a short, elderly man in his 50s or 60s, who was flying at the front of the ancient sword sect group. He laughed heartily and was the first to land. Next to him were a scholar in a blue robe and a woman in white. They also landed with smiles, appearing to be a married couple. Following this, the rest of the young low-level cultivators from the ancient sword sect also landed with their artifacts. This time, with Brother Jiang Yun leading the group, it's only fitting that we come out to welcome you. Moreover, we are honored by the presence of the renowned white jade sword couple, the burly elder said, cupping his hands towards the three. Enough of the flattery between us, lest the juniors laugh at us. It seems that the people from the Luo Yun sect have not arrived yet. They seem to be increasingly disinterested in the sword trial conference. Could it be that repeated poor performances have made them lose heart? Jiang Yun remarked, somewhat gloating. Hearing this, the burly elder revealed a bitter smile. The 100 Crafts Hall was not like the ancient sword sect. He dared not agree easily with such a statement. If word reached the higher-ups of the Luo Yun sect, it would undoubtedly stir up trouble. Before the burly elder could think of a response, a middle-aged man in a green robe behind him interjected with a grin. Brother Jiang, no need to be so hasty. I've heard that this time, the Luo Yun sect is being led by Fairy Song from White Phoenix Peak, a rare beauty in our 3 sects. It's a pity that she usually remains reclusive and seldom seen by members of our sects. Today, we finally have the chance to meet her. Brother, she speaks of the famous fairy Bai Feng. I've heard much about her beauty. If she's really leading the team, it's worth waiting a bit longer, Jiang Yun said, showing interest. The couple from the ancient sword sect looked surprised. The scholar in the blue robe exclaimed, I've heard that Fairy Bai Feng possesses heavenly spiritual roots and successfully reached the core formation stage in less than 100 years, a once-in-a-millennium genius in the cultivation world. Seeing her at this sword trial conference is quite unexpected. Indeed, even as a fellow woman, I'm very curious about this famous fairy song. It would be a delight to meet her today, the woman in white said. Although her appearance was ordinary, her voice was exceptionally pleasant to the ear. It seems the people from the Luo Yun sect are here, the burly elder said suddenly, looking towards the sky. At this, everyone nearby looked up, and sure enough, a large black dot was approaching from the east. What is that? Jiang Yun's expression changed as if he recognized it. As it came closer, others could see it clearly. It was an unusually large bird flying towards them at an incredible speed. On the bird's back were numerous figures, seemingly a group of cultivators. HMPH. The Luo Yun sect's only impressive show-off is this mutated Qing Guang eagle. It's just a 5th-level beast that can change its size, Jiang Yun said sourly as he looked at the giant bird. The core formation cultivators of the 100 Crafts Hall ignored his comment, but the younger disciples were clearly astonished by the enormous spirit beast, many of them gasping in surprise and staring with wide eyes. The bird's flight speed was indeed impressive. With a few flaps of its massive, blue-glowing wings, it quickly arrived overhead, casting a large shadow over part of the square and bringing a gust of wind that made many low-level disciples look pale. "Stop!" a man's voice commanded from the bird's back, and the giant bird folded its wings and hovered in midair. Then, the cultivators on its back began to descend with their artifacts. "Isn't that Brother Dewin from Fire Cloud Peak? Quite the rare guest," the burly elder said, eyes lighting up as he hurried forward to greet the red-robed elder who had landed first. "Indeed, it's been a while since our last meeting in Yunju. I've been thinking of you, Brother Fu," the red-robed elder said with a laugh, glancing over the others. "Brother Dewin, you must be looking for Elder Chang. Unfortunately, he is currently away on business. However, he should be back by the end of the conference," the burly elder said casually. "Oh, I see. Then it doesn't matter. Meeting is a matter of fate. This is Junior Brother Yu, who needs no introduction as everyone knows him. But this is Junior Sister Song, whom I believe none of you have met before. Allow me to introduce her," the red-robed elder said, gesturing to the stunning woman in blue beside him with a smile. "Fairy Bai Feng's fame precedes her. To see her in person is truly a delight," the burly elder said, squinting slightly as he looked at the woman, a flash of admiration in his eyes. "You flatter me, Brother Fu. I'm unworthy of such praise," the woman in blue replied softly with a gentle smile. Her graceful demeanor made the nearby low-level male cultivators feel their hearts race, some showing signs of infatuation. Even the higher-level cultivators couldn't hide a trace of admiration in their eyes. At this point, the red-robed elder and his group greeted the people from the ancient sword sect. Jiang Yun, although somewhat indifferent, responded with a few polite words. Meanwhile, the woman in white eagerly chatted with Fairy Song, as if they were long-lost sisters, while Fairy Song responded with elegant manners, leaving no room for criticism. The subsequent arrangements were straightforward. After a welcome reception by the 100 Crafts Hall, separate courtyards were allocated for the ancient sword sect and Luo Yun sect to rest for the day, with the competition scheduled to begin the next morning. That night passed without incident, and early the next day, the intense competition among the three sects began. The competition was divided into 3 groups, with each sect selecting 10 participants to form a group with the other 20 disciples. Each group would compete in pairs, with the top 4 advancing to the next round. The 12 remaining disciples would then draw lots for matches to determine the final winner and the top 10. Given the limited number of participants, the matches were held sequentially in a single arena. The order of appearance was decided by drawing lots by the leading cultivators from each sect, ensuring fairness. As for the referees, they were chosen from the sect not involved in the particular match, maintaining impartiality. Once the 100 Crafts Hall disciples had crowded around the competition arena, a bald man stood in the center of the protective barrier and calmly announced, "The first match, Han Li of the Luo Yun sect versus Yao Feng of the ancient sword sect." As the bald man's voice fell, A disciple from the Luo Yun sect and another from the ancient sword sect stepped forward. Seeing the two opponents clearly, the surrounding disciples of the 100 Crafts Hall began whispering and murmuring. Am I seeing this right? One is at the 11th level of the Qi refining stage, and the other is at the early foundation establishment stage. The difference in their cultivation levels is too great. The disciple from the ancient sword sect, with a sword on his back, also looked at his opponent with a hint of disdain flashing across his face. For him, defeating someone of such lower cultivation was effortless. Meanwhile, his opponent, a young man in a blue robe with an ordinary appearance, frowned, seeming somewhat troubled and confused. Outside the barrier, the core formation cultivators of the three sects were conversing leisurely in a small open space, away from the disciples. Brother Duan, is the Luo Yun sect really planning to give up on this sword trial conference? How did a disciple at the 11th level of the Qi refining stage make it through the internal selection? Are you just filling the numbers? Jiang Yun of the ancient sword sect said, laughing. An 11th level disciple. Yes, I remember this disciple was at the 10th level during the selection. It's impressive that he advanced so quickly, the red-robed elder said without changing his expression. What, he was at the 10th level during the selection? Brother Duan, you must be joking, Jiang Yun said, not believing it. This time, the red-robed elder just smiled without answering. Seeing this, Jiang Yun became somewhat puzzled and turned his attention to the arena. Let the match begin, the bald man finally announced. The young man, upon hearing this, immediately shot 2 flying swords, one red and one blue, from his back, which hovered above his head. At the same time, a green light flashed, forming a protective shield around him. He then began forming hand seals to control the flying swords. However, just as he completed this series of actions, he was met with 50 to 60 red fireballs, each radiating intense heat, rushing towards him. Yao Feng was shocked, his face turning pale. However, as an experienced foundation establishment cultivator, he quickly abandoned controlling his artifacts and dove to the ground, allowing the fireballs to pass over him. He broke out in a cold sweat but grew even more furious. Just as he was about to leap up and retaliate, a black boot appeared in front of him and stomped down hard on his forehead, knocking him unconscious. Outside the barrier, the audience was in an uproar, with many left dumbfounded. Even the bald man serving as the referee cast a peculiar glance at the young man before loudly declaring, Han Li of the Luo Yun sect, victory. Han Li, maintaining his composure, bowed to the referee before calmly exiting the barrier. Subsequently, 2 disciples from the ancient sword sect rushed into the arena to carry out the unconscious Yao Feng and try to revive him. At this moment, the short elderly man outside the arena stared in disbelief, his face turning incredibly grim. Although he had known there must be something unusual about a disciple with such low cultivation participating in the conference, He had never imagined that the other party would use talismans as their main attack. His highly anticipated disciple had lost in a single move, and this left him utterly humiliated after mocking the red-robed elder earlier. For a moment, an awkward expression appeared on his face, and he found himself unable to utter a single word. "Ha ha, Brother Dewan, your disciple is quite interesting. To use talismans worth several dozen spirit stones in one go is quite something. Though it's somewhat crafty, being able to activate so many fireball talismans simultaneously is no easy feat and shows considerable skill. Ordinary disciples wouldn't be able to handle them so proficiently," said Elder Fu with a chuckle after observing Han Li's match. "It's nothing special. Our disciple is a talisman maker, so using talismans to attack is normal for him. However, even I was surprised that he was willing to use so many talismans at once," the red-robed elder responded, feeling a sense of satisfaction upon seeing Jiang Yun's frustration, although he downplayed it verbally. "HMPH, it's just because he had more talismans. Now that everyone knows his method, your disciple won't get far in the subsequent matches," Jiang Yun muttered spitefully. "Oh, really?" The red-robed elder replied with a sly smile, saying nothing more. "However, your disciple's agility seems to resemble a mortal's light body technique. Otherwise, he couldn't have surprised junior nephew Yao so quickly," commented the scholarly man in a green robe, glancing at Han Li, who had returned to the Luo Yun Sect's ranks. Brother Bai noticed too. This disciple was a rogue cultivator before joining our sect, so his skills are somewhat mixed. It must have amused your sect, the red-robed elder replied, showing a bit of surprise. "It's nothing. I once had an interest in mortal martial arts and studied a bit. While such techniques are useless for high-level cultivators, they can still enhance a chi-refining disciple's strength when used cleverly. Moreover, your disciple seems highly experienced in real combat. It's no disgrace for our sect's disciple to lose," the scholarly man said with a smile. While the high-ranking cultivators of the three sects were conversing leisurely, a gray-robed elder from the Luo Yun sect, now acting as the referee, announced with a blank expression. "The second match, Ryuan Tiansai of the 100 Crafts Hall versus Zhou Su of the Ancient Sword Sect." Following this announcement, two young men from the 100 Crafts Hall and the Ancient Sword Sect stepped forward, exchanged formal bows, and upon the elder's signal to begin, each started casting spells, releasing their artifacts to engage in combat. The core formation cultivators of the three sects immediately shifted their focus from the previous match to closely watch the new one. Perhaps influenced by Han Li's earlier fight, these two disciples fought more conservatively, making the match somewhat dull for the spectators. Ultimately, the sword cultivator from the Ancient Sword Sect proved superior, using his sword artifact to break through the opponent's defense, securing a victory. Next came the match between the Luo Yun sect and the 100 Crafts Hall. In this manner, the first round of the trials took a full 2 days to complete. The sword cultivators from the Ancient Sword Sect indeed, lived up to their reputation. Aside from a few individuals like Han Li, most disciples from the other two sects were clearly outmatched, suffering defeat after defeat. This turn of events finally brought a smile back to Jiang Yun's face, allowing him to vent his earlier frustration. Fortunately, the core formation cultivators from the 100 Crafts Hall and the red-robed elder from the Luo Yun sect had anticipated such outcomes. So although their expressions showed slight discomfort, they managed to maintain their composure, appearing unbothered. In terms of demeanor, they seemed far superior to the short elder by several degrees. In the second round, Han Li's opponent was a spirited female qi refining disciple from the 100 Crafts Hall. Having witnessed Han Li's previous match, she immediately took to the sky on a flying artifact as soon as the match began. She believed that by doing so, she could easily avoid Han Li's talisman attacks and was also wary of his swift movements. Seeing this, Han Li sighed softly and once again tossed a handful of fireball talismans. The female disciple, thinking she could dodge the fireballs with ease, was shocked when Han Li's hands formed a seal, causing the fireballs to flash red and transform into dozens of small flaming birds, which then began to fly around. The 100 Crafts Hall disciple, taken aback, tried to activate her defensive artifact, but Han Li gave her no chance. Pretending to chant an incantation while actually using his spiritual sense, he directed the flaming birds to surround her from all directions. Though she hastily conjured a water attribute barrier with a talisman, it couldn't withstand such an intense attack and quickly shattered. Left with no other choice, the female disciple conceded the match. After this battle, disciples from the other two sects who had initially thought Han Li relied on talismans to win began to take him more seriously. However, some Foundation establishment disciples with powerful artifacts still scoffed at Han Li's seemingly spendthrift methods. But as the results unfolded, 5 days later at dusk, in a remote and nameless valley midway up Yunmeng Mountain. This valley, shrouded in perpetual mist, was dark and damp, crawling with venomous scorpions and snakes. The place was so obscure that even passing cultivators often overlooked it, much less landed to investigate. On this day, the mist in the valley was denser than usual. Amid a seemingly random, but actually cleverly arranged pile of rocks deep within the valley, 2 figures suddenly appeared in a flash of white light. One was a sinister-looking man in gray robes, while the other was a scholarly man in a green robe and jade belt. Isn't that Brother Bai from the ancient sword sect and Brother Yu from the Luo Yun sect? Has the sword trial conference ended? Came a lazy, slightly hoarse male voice from within the rock pile, despite no one being visible. So it's Brother Yue on duty today. Yes, the conference has ended, and we came to check on the preparation of the minking spiritual water. If everything is ready, we'll send the 10 disciples over immediately to avoid any mishaps, the scholarly cultivator from the ancient sword sect replied with a smile. The gray-robed elder beside him remained silent and expressionless. What could go wrong? With 3 core formation cultivators standing guard here day and night, and all of you arriving together, there's no way a group of low-level disciples could cause trouble, the unseen man said dismissively. The spiritual eye tree is of great importance, so caution is necessary. Moreover, the minking spiritual water must be mixed with pure liquid at the last moment and used immediately, or its efficacy will diminish. Otherwise, why would we bother bringing these disciples here? The scholarly cultivator explained with a slight shake of his head. All right, the minking spiritual water is nearly ready. Once the disciples have cleansed their eyes, we'll send them back immediately. The restrictions here are heavy, and they won't know where they are, the unseen man replied confidently. That would be best. Brother Yu, please stay here while I notify the others and bring the disciples over, the scholarly cultivator said with a nod. Oh, by the way, did the ancient sword sect win the conference again? The unseen man suddenly asked. This time, the champion was our junior nephew Meng Dai of the ancient sword sect. I'm afraid Brother Yue might be disappointed, the scholarly cultivator said with a slight smile. HMPH, your sword cultivators might be stronger at the foundation establishment stage, but it's a different story at the core formation stage. If you get a chance, tell your 3rd senior brother that I'd like to spar with him again, the unseen man said with a hint of defiance in his voice. The scholarly cultivator paused for a moment before responding with a light laugh. It seems Brother Yue is still bitter about losing to my 3rd senior brother back then. However, you might be disappointed. My 3rd senior brother is currently in seclusion, attempting to break through to the late core formation stage. After reaching the late stage of Jai Dan, going into seclusion, the man transmitting the sound clearly hesitated for a moment, then sighed deeply, and there was no more sound coming from him. The Bai surname cultivator from the ancient sword sect raised his hand without saying much. A white light struck a seemingly ordinary bluestone nearby, causing the chaotic pile of rocks to shimmer with light. After a white light emerged, the person disappeared without a trace. This chaotic pile of rocks turned out to be a teleportation array cleverly concealed. The gray-robed old man, seeing the other party leave, sat down nearby and started to meditate. On the other end of the teleportation array, in a small stone room in the 100 Craftsmanship Academy, the figure of a Confucian scholar appeared in the white light of the array. Several high-ranking cultivators from the 3 sects were standing around him. How is it, junior brother? Is everything ready over there? The cultivator surnamed Jiang saw the Confucian scholar's figure and asked without hesitation. Don't worry, senior brother. Everything is in order at the sacred ground. We can teleport over now. The scholar smiled and replied, That's good. Brother Duan, please bring those 10 junior disciples in. According to the agreement, 1 Jai Dan cultivator from each sect will accompany them. Elder Wang will accompany us on our side, and the Falling Cloud sect already has Master Yu. Brother Jiang, who will accompany you? The old man surnamed Fu nodded in satisfaction and asked. The red-robed old man, without saying a word, walked out. What's so good about the sacred ground? It's not like we haven't been there before. Let by junior brother make the trip. The elder surnamed Jiang replied indifferently. That works too. Although junior brother Bai hasn't been on duty at the sacred ground, he was one of the 10 disciples in the Trial Sword Conference. Now, he's revisiting old grounds. The elder surnamed Fu smiled and said. The Confucian scholar nodded calmly without saying much. But the white-clad young woman came to stand beside the Confucian scholar, appearing extremely affectionate. At this moment, footsteps could be heard outside the stone room. The red-robed old man calmly walked in, followed by the 10 disciples from the 3 sects who entered the top 10. This time, although the Falling Cloud sect still didn't get first place, they had 4 disciples among the top 10, the highest number among the 3 sects. This made the elder surnamed Duan appear calm on the surface, but quite pleased in his heart. Thinking of this, his gaze couldn't help but fall on the 4 disciples from his sect. The girl from the Tianquan Peak, a young man named Sun Huo from the Huoyun Peak with a cold and resolute expression. As for the other 2, they were Han Li and Du Dong. Han Li was fine, but as soon as he saw Du Dong, the expression on the peak master of Huoyun Peak's face remained unchanged, but a hint of disdain flashed through his heart. As for the disciple who took first place this time, he was a black-clothed youth with a sharp and divine demeanor. This youth was Meng Dai, a disciple of the ancient sword sect who possessed the 9-spirit sword body. The 9-spirit sword body was one of the 3 major sword cultivation spiritual bodies in the cultivation world, and it was no joke. With a top-grade sword in his hand, he had no opponents who could withstand his absolute advantage under the rampant sword energy. He easily secured first place. Thinking of this, the red-robed old man couldn't help but feel jealous of the good fortune of the ancient sword sect. Han Li looked coldly at the Jai Dan experts in the room, feeling neither surprised nor pleased. After 3 consecutive victories, he deliberately lost to a Foundation establishment opponent who was not weak in strength in the 4th round. This way, he and 5 other defeated opponents participated in the competition for the 7th to 10th places. In the end, he pretended to be on the verge of exhausting his talisman usage and barely managed to grab 9th place. As for Du Dong, he didn't know if he had the same plan, but he also lost in the 4th round and then deliberately lost to him, ranking last. This made Han Li speechless. The highest-ranking disciple of the Falling Cloud sect was the young man named Sun Huo. His cultivation was quite strong, and he managed to secure 3rd place. But in Han Li's eyes, apart from the black-clothed youth who took first place, if his magic weapon could match his cultivation technique, defeating the disciple ranked 2nd in the 100 Craftsmanship Academy would be completely effortless. As soon as the conference ended, each of the top 10 disciples received a top-grade magic weapon. However, Meng Dai, the black-clothed youth, received an extra jade box containing a Dao Ling pill. When Han Li saw the jade box, he immediately made a decision. If this trip went smoothly, and he could obtain the spiritual root of the spirit eye tree and the Tao formula, it would be fine. If not, he wouldn't mind borrowing the pill from this ancient sword sect disciple. After all, having a Tao Ling pill would make it much easier for him to condense his nascent soul. While Han Li was pondering, the elder surnamed Fu had already begun to teleport the disciples. The young cultivators from the three sects also knew where they were going and smiled happily. In the flickering white light, the by-surname cultivator and a middle-aged cultivator from the 100 Craftsmanship Academy were the first to be teleported. Then, the disciples followed suit in pairs. After a moment of dizziness, Han Li and the others appeared in a desolate stone pile, shrouded in thick fog and humid air. With narrowed eyes, Han Li subconsciously released his divine sense to explore the area, but his divine sense was immediately blocked by some powerful prohibition. His heart trembled, realizing that there were powerful formations in this place, and it would be best to achieve his goals quietly. The gray-robed old man saw that they had all been teleported over and stood up calmly. With a wave of his hand, a yellow spell shot into the fog and disappeared. The fog around them churned, and then suddenly dispersed in the direction facing them, revealing a moss-covered stone wall not far away, as if no one had ever been there before. Listen carefully, because the Ling water is ready to be used to wash the eyes immediately. You have the opportunity to enter the forbidden grounds of the three sects. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, even we cannot approach this place. After entering, you can only stay for 1 day and 1 night, and you must leave immediately on the 2nd day. There are many restrictions inside, and you must not wander around, otherwise you will bear the consequences. The Confucian scholar, who seemed very familiar with everything inside, warned sternly before the other two could say anything. These low-level disciples naturally agreed one after another. At this time, the voice of the man who had transmitted the sound earlier came from the direction of the green stone wall. All right, whatever instructions there are, we'll discuss them after entering. I'm about to open up the array to create an opening for you. As soon as the man surnamed Yue finished speaking, the stone wall swayed like water. Then green rays shot out, making it impossible for people to look directly at it. After a moment, when everyone regained their senses and looked ahead, they were stunned. The green stone wall had suddenly disappeared, replaced by a massive stone door tightly shut. The stone door was covered with densely packed runes and spells, with colorful spiritual lights constantly flashing. Countless powerful restrictions were placed on it. Outside the stone door, there were several layers of yellow misty light curtains, completely preventing access to the door. But at this moment, standing with hands behind his back in front of the towering door was a yellow-robed cultivator. This cultivator appeared to be in his 40s, with thick black eyebrows slightly raised, and a and an extremely terrifying aura on his face. Ordinary people would feel trembling and dare not meet his gaze. Brother Yue's ghostly aura technique seems to have made great progress. It seems Brother has been practicing near the sacred tree, and his cultivation has truly soared. The middle-aged cultivator from the 100 Craftsmanship Academy, upon seeing the terrifying aura emanating from the yellow-robed cultivator, revealed a hint of envy in his mutterings. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by Yue. The yellow-robed cultivator immediately rolled his eyes and said unceremoniously, HMPH. If you're willing to stay trapped in the forbidden grounds for 50 or 60 years, you can naturally come in for cultivation. I'm just worried that junior brother won't be able to endure it by then. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged cultivator from the 100 Craftsmanship Academy immediately showed an embarrassed expression. I was just speaking casually. Brother Yue and the other 2 senior brothers are guarding this place. Naturally, it's extremely hard work. All right, no need to say more. This restriction was jointly set up by several nascent soul stage seniors from our 3 sects. I can only open the restriction for a moment. You'd better hurry. After the yellow-robed cultivator finished speaking, a yellow token appeared in his hand. With a solemn expression, he chanted an incantation. Suddenly, a burst of yellow light burst from the token, followed by a wave of yellow mist rushing out. Wherever it went, the light curtains melted away, revealing a passage several dozen yards wide. Everyone go in quickly. Upon seeing this scene, the Confucian scholar urged without hesitation. Then, he transformed into a white rainbow and flew in first. The gray-robed old man and the middle-aged cultivator from the 100 Craftsmanship Academy also instructed the same, then flew in. As the group flew to the stone door, the yellow-robed cultivator's token dispersed into light, and the passage vanished without a trace. Stay close, he said coldly after glancing at them. Then his fingers danced incessantly, forming complex hand seals. Suddenly, he turned around and raised both hands. 2 crimson and yellow rays shot out, directly hitting the sealed stone door. Instantly, the originally tightly closed green door lit up with flashing runes. Amidst a low buzzing sound, the door slowly opened, revealing a long rectangular passage inside. Without a word, the yellow-robed cultivator strode in. After exchanging glances, the others followed closely behind. Han Li walked among the disciples, his gaze fixed straight ahead, but in reality, his spiritual sense scanned everything nearby. The square passage seemed to have been directly excavated inside the mountain with magical treasures. Not only were the walls unusually smooth, but every few steps, there were some obscure and incomprehensible runes carved on the walls. Although he couldn't study them in detail for the moment, he knew these things were definitely not just decorations. The passage wasn't long. After walking for about 100 feet, everyone's vision brightened, and they appeared in a neat stone hall. The hall was about 50 to 60 yards wide and about 7 to 8 yards high, quite spacious. In the middle of the stone hall, there was a large green stone platform several feet in size, with 10 vertical and horizontal grooves crisscrossing each other, forming a massive chessboard. Black and white chess pieces were scattered all over the board, seemingly at a critical juncture. On both sides of the chessboard, an old and a young person sat holding black and white chess pieces. The old man wore a brocade robe and had a long face, looking to be in his 50s. The young one was only about 7 or 8 years old, with rosy lips and white teeth, resembling a reincarnated jade child. "Senior Uncle Lan, how come you're here?" The white-robed cultivator, upon seeing the child, exclaimed in surprise, then hurriedly stepped forward to pay his respects. "Senior Uncle Lan." The gray-robed old man and the middle-aged cultivator from the 100 Craftsmanship Academy were initially startled to see a stranger child here. But when they heard the white-robed cultivator's address, their expressions changed drastically. Upon seeing the child's appearance with his red braid and bare feet, wearing gold rings, the image of a legendary figure from the past emerged in their minds. Younger generation Do Hui and you, Shannon, pay respects to Senior Uncle Lan. The two were shocked and hurriedly bowed without thinking. "Get up. Haven't you seen me and Junior Uncle who are in the middle of something crucial? Don't make a sound. We'll talk about it after I finish this game of chess." The child, with a tender and childish face but a voice full of oldness, said arrogantly, "Yes, sir." The 3 nascent soul cultivators, including the white-robed cultivator, answered immediately without hesitation, then stood nearby with their hands down, not daring to show any dissatisfaction. The old man playing chess with the child showed a wry smile to the 3, but said nothing. As for the yellow-robed cultivator, since entering the stone hall, he had stood obediently behind the child, behaving like a disciple. The young cultivators who followed along were in a stir when they heard these 3 seniors calling the child of 7 or 8 years old Senior Uncle. What did this mean? How could these refining disciples not know? They widened their eyes and stared intently at the child, their hearts stirred unusually. When Han Li saw the child, he was also startled for a moment. This was a genuine nascent soul stage cultivator. How could he appear here? However, he quickly regained his composure. Although he was not an opponent of a nascent soul stage cultivator at the moment, escaping from him wouldn't be difficult. Moreover, he believed the other party's appearance here shouldn't be for him. Therefore, Han Li remained calm on the surface, silently considering what changes the other party's appearance might bring to his plan. Finally, after the child and the old man played chess for another quarter of an hour, the old man pushed the chessboard and respectfully said, "Senior Uncle Lan's chess skills are superb, and I am no match. I concede." When the child heard this, a hint of joy appeared on his face. But immediately his dark eyes rolled, and he said suspiciously, "Junior Uncle who, you didn't deliberately let me win, did you? I've told you before, never go easy on me when playing chess." How dare I deceive Senior Uncle? It's indeed Senior Uncle's superior chess skills. The old man's face seemed to lengthen, and he hurriedly explained. I also feel that my chess skills have improved a lot compared to before. It seems that sparring with those chess masters from the secular world wasn't in vain. The child's smile grew even wider at these words. All right, put away the chess pieces. We have important matters to attend to. The child suddenly withdrew his smile, his tone changing. Then, twisting his slender body, he faced the group of waiting cultivators, blinked his black and white eyes a few times, swept his gaze over each of the Foundation establishment cultivators, and finally settled on the face of the Confucian scholar. Junior Uncle Bai, how many years have you been with the ancient sword sect? The child asked leisurely. I've been with the sect for over 100 years. The white-robed cultivator was taken aback by the question, but answered honestly. Over 100 years. It must have been tough for you. A strange expression flashed across the child's face, and he sighed lightly. Senior uncle, what do you mean? The Confucian scholar's face changed slightly, but he quickly forced a smile and asked, What do I mean? As a disciple of the righteous Tao's grand righteous pavilion, but spending so many years in our sect, the ancient sword sect can't accommodate such a great deity as you. Have you ever thought about going back and visiting your master? The child stared at the Confucian scholar, his voice chilling. Upon hearing the child's words, the white-robed cultivator's face turned pale. The gray-robed old man and the middle-aged cultivator from the 100 Craftsmanship Academy, with astonished looks in their eyes, subconsciously distanced themselves a few steps from the white-robed cultivator. Friend Bai, is what Senior Uncle Lan said true? The middle-aged cultivator asked incredulously. The white-robed cultivator's face alternated between red and white, not saying anything. Now that Senior Uncle has clearly investigated my background, denying it would be useless. However, I won't just sit back and be captured. After hesitating for a moment, the Confucian scholar finally spoke. But as soon as the word captured came out, his body flashed with white light, and he shot back like an arrow into the group of disciples behind him. With a grab, a white glowing hand immediately covered one of them. It was the black-clothed young man, Meng Dai. What are you doing? The gray-robed old man and the middle-aged cultivator immediately shouted angrily, with light flashing on their bodies, as if they were about to make a move to rescue him. However, they were clearly a step too late. Meng Dai, however, remained calm. He raised his hand and released a sharp sword chi towards the glowing hand, aiming to break free. But with such a huge disparity in their cultivations, the sword chi couldn't harm the hand at all. Instead, it was crushed and dispersed in an instant. Just as Meng Dai was about to be captured, the Confucian scholar suddenly slumped to the ground, weakening his grasp. The glowing hand immediately turned into a ball of light and vanished without a trace. Meng Dai stood there dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. Humph, your mastery of the white light transforming chi hand is indeed not bad. But you've forgotten, I am not really here to play chess. The child twisted his slender neck and turned to the old man who had just played chess with him, muttering. In the stone hall, apart from Han Li, nobody could discern how the child had acted or how he had subdued the Confucian scholar. Han Li, with slightly narrowed eyes, looked at the fallen Confucian scholar and then at the child, a trace of a strange expression flashing across his face. When the Confucian scholar made his move, Han Li was surprised to discover a faint red thread shooting out from under the child's feet. As soon as this thread pierced the Confucian scholar's body, he immediately fell to the ground. Initially, Han Li had thought it was some kind of treacherous magic weapon like a flying needle. However, upon closer inspection with his spiritual sense, he was astonished to find that this faint red thread contained a trace of chilling sword qi, as if it had condensed from sword energy. This made Han Li extremely moved. Although he had heard of it before, witnessing a masterful swordsman refining sword energy into such a form was truly unbelievable. Junior Uncle Hu, imprison him in the dragon-trapping cave for now. We can't kill him yet. We old fellows still have other uses for him. The child twisted his slender body, turned his head to the old man and said. The old man's heart trembled, and he agreed. After a few steps, he picked up the Confucian scholar and disappeared through a side door in the stone hall, leaving no trace behind. Seeing this, Han Li's gaze shifted to Du Dong. Although Du Dong seemed calm on the surface, upon closer observation, Han Li noticed that his clenched fists had unconsciously tightened, indicating his nervousness. Han Li smiled inwardly and stopped paying attention to him.